Hello, good morning, everybody. Welcome to our first session on the final day of papers. And kicking off our session today, we have someone who's known to very many of you, Fionnuala Carson-Williams from Belfast. Fionnuala is a long-time Proverbs researcher, and when I saw the program, I saw that she's taken an unexpected turn and is starting to research Kiswahili proverbs. So we look forward very much to hearing about that. Thank you.
Well, bon dia todos, and thank you very much for coming to the 9 a.m. slot. Before I start, I'd like to very heartily thank the organising team, in particular Rui and Marinella Suarez, not only for bringing us old codgers, old hands back to Tavira, but introducing new, young, fresh faces, which is fantastic to see. So, yes, as Jonathan says, I am taking a new turn and all will become clear. There is a handout that you should be able to follow. So, Ukifi, the handful of key Swahili proverbs in Johnson's 1939 dictionary. As I learnt from my late professor, Boo Almquist, dictionaries are frequently a source of proverbs. And decades ago, I catalogued all the proverbs in the three main printed dictionaries concerning modern Irish and English and deposited the card indices in the archive of the National Folklore Department in University College Dublin. Indeed, the first time that I attended a colloquium of this association, I spoke about the content of one of these dictionaries. With this background, I would like to whisk you away to where English in a dictionary is paired with a language far from Portugal, namely Swahili, or Kiswahili, which is widespread in several East and Central African countries, and also the offshore islands and all around the Indian Ocean. So, this is because some years ago, in Belfast, I bought a copy of the dictionary in question, Johnson's Kiswahili Dictionary. So, and my paper is based on an index of those proverbs. I was aware of the African Proverbs Project and its CD, and in order to see whether or not Johnson's proverbs had already been included there, I contacted its moderator, the Reverend Joseph Healy, and through him, the Reverend Stan Nussbaum, both of whom were extremely helpful. It seems that Johnson's dictionary had been mentioned, but the proverbs themselves weren't included. So I went ahead and began investigating. Frederick Johnson, the dictionary's editor, acknowledges the work that went on by others before him in the field. His preface opens with the words, "This dictionary is founded on Madden's Swahili dictionaries, and like them is intended to be an aid to the African in his study of English, as well as to the European in his study of Swahili." And his dedication runs to Krapf, Madden, and Steer, whose work for the Swahili language should never be forgotten. The first person he mentions here, Johann Ludwig Krapf, described as a native of Tübingen-Derendingen, was not only a linguist, but an explorer and Lutheran missionary in East Africa. His outline of the elements of the Kiswahili language had been published in 1850, and it's now digitized, and for the record, there are no proverbs in it. I've been through it as well. While Edward Steer, the second person mentioned by Johnson, was his contemporary too, born in London, another linguist who eventually became Anglican Bishop of Zanzibar. He was a strenuous and successful abolitionist, and the cathedral in Stone Town, Zanzibar, the engineering of which he was behind, was built on the former slave market. His Handbook of the Key Swahili Language, as spoken at Zanzibar, was first published 20 years later in 1870, also in London. Like Steer's publication, it also lacks Proverbs, so I've been through it too. And so to Madden, the third person in the trio in Johnson's dedication. Arthur Cornwallis Madden, a second Englishman, revised Steer's handbook, and it's digitized. And he also edited Swahili English dictionaries. And his Swahili English dictionary was published in 1903. It's online and it does contain proverbs. The Interterritorial Language Committee for the East African Dependencies, formed in 1930, felt that Madden's dictionary needed to be updated, and they assigned the job to this man, Frederick Johnson, and the work began in 1933. Johnson did call on a number of people, not least Alice Werner, a linguist and well-travelled woman, born in 1859 in Trieste. In 1922, she became professor of Swahili and Bantu languages in the School of Oriental Studies, or SOAS as it became, part of the University of London now. Almost all the other people mentioned in Johnson's preface appear to be connected with the missionary and educational work of European churches. Obviously, through the Bible, they would have had a knowledge of, if not a particular interest in, Proverbs. Going by their names, only two of those mentioned in the preface appear to have been of African heritage. These were two of the three clerks of the Interterritorial Language Committee, Mr. P. Mzaba and Syed Majid Khalid Bargash, a son of the ill-fated Sultan of Zanzibar. Proverbs and other fixed forms in the dictionary. By the time that Johnson began work in the dictionary, he must have been living in East Africa for a number of years. He's a bit of a shadowy figure, and I haven't been able to find out much at all about him. Judging by the dictionary entries, I have no doubt that although he was part of the colonial presence, he was very receptive to and appreciative of the tradition bearers who he found there and the way of life. The agriculture and fishing, seafaring, dress, crafts, pottery, cloth weaving and dyeing, metalworking, cuisine, customs, especially those surrounding death and marriage, and not least, the Proverbs bound up with all of these aspects of the life. Indeed, the term proverb is in the dictionary's list of abbreviations, whereas it is not in Madden's list. As regards other short fixed forms, there appear to me to be remarkably few. One of them dates back to Arabia, a couple of similes, 4 riddles, and a couple of weather sayings. In all, there are just over 100 different proverbs, 5 of which are repeated. And here you can see the first one, number 1 in your handout. Well, I am not attempting the Swahili, just the English translation, but you'll see the original in your handout. Whether the cock crows or not, dawn will come, which is cited both under a male fowl and to crow. The repetition of these few proverbs might be a hint as to their frequency. In Johnson's dictionary, and any that I have looked at, there is never any indication or any other way of telling which proverbs are common or rare. Now to the proverbs themselves. The majority of these proverbs, about 3/4, also occur in the earlier dictionary. Usually they illustrate a noun or less often a verb. Because Johnson's task was to update Madden's dictionary, I imagine that he wouldn't have kept any proverbs from it unless he had himself heard them or knew otherwise that they were current. In a few cases, Johnson gives a variant of a proverb that was also in Madden. Madden rarely designated proverbs as such, but Johnson successfully did and was able to add fresh ones, such as, a vessel does not go without something sending it along. That's number 2, you'll see. It appears under the word dow and includes the explanation, i.e. requires work. Not only is this a proverb that doesn't appear to be in Madden, I have not as yet found it in any other collection or source of Swahili proverbs. So Johnson's dictionary may be the only record of it, and possibly the only record of a few others. While the majority of proverbs are so designated by Johnson, a few are not. However, I imagine that this was an oversight on his part. Luckily, Madden had designated a proverb which Johnson had not. For instance, number 3 there, true courage lasts for more than one day. Beyond Madden's confirmation in a world so unfamiliar to me as Swahili proverbs, I tried to read as much as I could about them and found Wolfgang Mieder's bibliographies invaluable. I could also see, for instance, which sentences designated proverb by Johnson were collaborated in collections such as those in Champion's selection, published at exactly the same time. For instance, the right hand, number 4 there, the right hand does not cut the left. Champion, however, as you probably know, only provides English for any of the proverbs that are in his collection. I rediscovered the amazing Jan Nappert's Swahili Proverbs, which was in fact the very first in the supplement series of Proverbium, Yearbook of International Proverb Scholarship. It was published in 1997. And it has proved invaluable in providing not only confirmation that such and such a sentence in Johnson is a proverb, but also often an explanation, sometimes more than one. For instance, number 5, firebrand on firebrand, then it is the fire burns. Turning to Nappert, he explains that persistence will succeed, and further that persistent stoking will cause rebellion. And again, for the following, which lacks any comment from Johnson, number 6, the person who wants what is under a bed stoops for it. Nappert's translation shows that there can be a constructed hiding place under a bed, and comments, it is debasing to try and find out what other people are doing in secret, and also no result without effort. And of course, there's our old helpmate in collaborating proverbs, the internet. Among the proverbs which are in Johnson's dictionary, as I mentioned before, variants are rare. Although they do, of course, exist, any one single dictionary is not the place to find them. In Johnson, for instance, we find only number 7, a patient person eats ripe fruit. But we can see from Nappert, which is a collection rather than a dictionary, that both the above and the converse exist. A person who has no patience eats no ripe fruits. Despite the aids that I have mentioned, there are certainly many other sentences which I haven't yet run to ground that may too be proverbs, like, there is no increase which is bad, and strong desire overrides prudence. Others, such as, a fly does not mind dying in coconut milk, and every vessel has its waves to meet, can more safely be classified as proverbs. Jan Nappert's collection is also of great value in providing an extra explanation in addition to any that might be in Johnson. Number 10, for instance, spilt water cannot be picked up, about which Johnson says, used figuratively of people, i.e. of a crowd dispersing, while Nappert adds, "Words once spoken cannot be taken back." In all, Johnson only provides explanations for about 16 of the 100 proverbs that are in his dictionary, so you can see how important it is to try and find other explanations. In general, I did not catalogue sentences including God as proverbs, because I didn't know if Johnson was simply citing a quotation. An exception being, the poor man's Tao does not go straight ahead, but if it does, it is because God wills it. Incidentally, here Johnson is focusing on defining the word Tao, the traditional boat in the Indian Ocean, with a large square sail. I'm sure you've all seen pictures of it. You can imagine it in your heads. So he's really using the proverb to illustrate the word rather than going into explanations of the proverb. And he does the same for a couple of other words. The proverb's there just to explain a certain word. In the main, Johnson's English for the proverbs appears to be literal translations, although some of them vary in details from Madden's translations. The Reverend Healy has advised me that in Swahili, there's no difference in the third person singular between he and she, so any containing such have been appropriately adjusted, and they're indicated on the handout by an asterisk. A few times, Johnson, as well as its translation, provides a proverb found in English. For instance, number 11 there, "A dog's teeth do not hurt each other." He has added, "Blood is thicker than water." And sometimes both Johnson and Madden provide both a translation and a few words of explanation. So moving on to style. Just get our next page. Well, obviously, I'm not qualified to comment on the style of the Proverbs, but it is possible to detect certain features, such as repetition, alliteration, and rhyme. And I've given one example there, number 14. You can see all the words begin and end with the same letter. So moving on to Swahili proverbs in relation to others. Among the Swahili proverbs in Johnson's dictionary, a small fraction are familiar from Europe. For instance, number 15, "Misfortune never comes alone." Giulio Pasolini, in his magnum opus, European Proverbs in 55 languages, designates this particular one as being a universal proverb and remarks that it appears that only a small number of even the 106 commonest European proverbs belong to the category of universal or common, found in all cultures, which, like this one, express a common observation in simple terms or a common moral principle. While not labeling the following as a universal proverb, Pasolini also includes a Swahili reference for "when the cat is away, the rat rules." You'll see it, number 16 there. And Pasolini's Swahili references are drawn from Permiakov's publication of 1979. Regarding number 17 there, "A potter eats off a potsherd," Johnson notes the comparison with "the cobbler's wife goes barefoot," which is also in Pasolini's list and may be related. A Persian version in Pasolini runs, "The potter drinks from a broken jug." Apart from "Misfortune never comes alone," another of the proverbs recorded by Johnson may also prove to be universal, number 16 there. "After all, it has turned up to the west and east in a variety of languages. I have indexed it in the English of Ireland with rope rather than palm leaf rib, and according to various sources, it's known in Arabic and Hebrew as well as in China." So maybe we have another international, universal one there. A few others in Johnson, although similar to ones elsewhere, such as in Europe, namely, health is better than riches, a neighbour at hand is better than a brother far off, basically 19 to 22. They're probably entirely independent creations. And how am I doing for time there, Jonathan? Oh, brilliant, yes, okay. So only one of Johnson's Proverbs is noted by, well, it may be related to a fable, more than one maybe, but Johnson only indicates that one may be. Here's a version in English of the fable. A very hungry hyena went out on the Tanzanian plains to hunt for food. It came to a fork in the bush road where the two paths veered off in different directions. It saw two goats caught in the thickets at the far ends of the two different paths. With its mouth watering in anticipation, it decided that its left leg would follow the left path and its right leg the right path. As the two paths continued to veer in different directions, it tried to follow both at once. Finally, it split in two. As the well-known African proverb says, two roads overcame the hyena. And this is followed by the comment, story and proverb found in many African languages. And it's on the part of the African Proverbs project, and there is a reference I can give anyone who's interested afterwards to that site. Here is Johnson's version of the proverb found under the word msamba, hyena. Number 23. Two ways defeated the old hyena, it split in two. Although Johnson doesn't mention fable, he seems to have been aware of its connection to one, because he intersperses the proverb with a phrase of explanation. Two ways defeated the old hyena, and in trying to follow them, it split in two. Jan Nappert gives the following explanation. A greedy person cannot decide what to take first. So, to conclude, although the Proverbs in the dictionary are not a collection as such, nevertheless, they provide a certain insight into the way of life and the concerns of the people who were using them. Several refer to the sea, boats, and fishing, the significant flora and fauna, family life, building, and while printed dictionaries often incorporated proverbs, it is probably unlikely that online dictionaries will continue to do so to the same extent. Alice Werner, who I mentioned as having been a consultant for the dictionary, died in 1936, and Frederick Johnson a year later, so neither lived to see its publication. However, we know from a note following Johnson's preface that he had completed the work. The note being, the compiler died in February 1937, soon after the complete material for this dictionary had been handed to the publisher, Oxford University Press. My own copy is a reprint of 1942, which was owned by a person called George Leslie Stevenson, who signed and dated it the 12th of April, 1944, Chaki Chaki, Pemba. As it turned out, there were to be at least 10 reprints up to 1971. The one that was digitized 4 years ago, so now there's a digitized version. And so we know that with all these 10 reprints, it was well used. I'm very grateful to the Reverend Healy for his suggestion that I go on to compare the Proverbs in Johnson with contemporary versions of them in Sheng. Now, Sheng is an urban variety of Swahili, now used by some young people in cities such as Nairobi. I did plan and attempt to include this, but that has to be for another day and for Swahili speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we'll follow standard practice and have all our questions at the end of the session. So now I would like to invite to the podium Katrine Bang-Nielsen, who divides her time between Norway and France, which is very suitable because she's going to talk to us about the translation of Norwegian proverbs into French. Katrine.
Hello. I actually live in France full-time. But I work for a Norwegian university, but it is, what do you call it, delocalized in Caen. Okay, I'm a bit nervous. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for thank you to the organization committee. So this is my first time in Tavira, and I would like to present a rather personal experience that I had with Proverbs whilst doing a podcast on a French local radio station. So please bear in mind that this presentation is much less based on theory than on personal experience, and this is not something that I'm used to. And also, this is the first time that I have studied Proverbs, so bear with me. Does it work? No, it doesn't work. Excuse me?
That's what I did. That's what worked yesterday.
Okay. It's starting well.
Okay, there's only one.
This would be very fitting to have a proverb on patience. Yes. Yes, I was thinking about that.
Well, maybe I know you study metaphor. Do you
Yeah.
have an appropriate metaphor for the situation?
Oh, no, I don't.
There you are. You're on.
Okay, thank you. So, first of all, proverbs are phraseological units, meaning that they are bound by a certain degree of fixedness. And this means that you cannot necessarily replace one element with another and still maintain the same intended meaning. So as you can see here, the swallow is the prototypical bird one sees in the spring or summer, and replacing it with another may not have the same effect. And also proverbs can often have a very metaphorical meaning. So if you say in Norwegian, små gryter har också örer, or small casseroles also have ears, you're not talking about casseroles per se, you're talking about children overhearing things they should not overhear. And some proverbs are used in specific languages and cultures, whereas others are shared. And the French linguist Anscombre says, for example, that many proverbs derive from what he calls fond commun, a common repertoire of shared cultural and linguistic, a common repertoire of shared cultural and linguistic units in, for example, Latin and ancient Greek. And many Indo-European proverbs will derive from these languages. And this was commented upon yesterday, and so it seems that proverbs cross borders. Is it working? Yes, okay. So the translation of Proverbs is an extremely interesting conundrum. And I do not have an answer to this question. The reason I'm asking it is that I did translate Proverbs to French in a radio show on a French station, and did so without any conscious thought. And the goal of this presentation is to examine the use of these proverbs, their context, and hopefully being closer to a reply. But as proverbs are relatively fixed in both form and meaning, they should resist a literal translation, or sometimes. We have also seen that many proverbs can be shared across languages, and some proverbs can relay a sort of universal truth or embodied knowledge, because our bodies give us the ability to understand certain proverbs as they are not necessarily context-driven, but knowledge-driven. And this is what we can see here with the Danish proverb, and I will not try to say it in Danish. De verste sår de som ikke blør. And both the literal and what we can call the figurative translations work, even without a rich context. Because I think we all know here that heartache is probably the worst type of pain you can have. So the French linguist Georges Kleiber, he claims that metaphoric and thus transparent proverbs should be easier to translate than more opaque ones. And other proverbs that do not tap into embodied knowledge and are opaque can be more of a challenge. And it was very difficult for me to find an example of proverbs such as this. But the Norwegian proverb, å ta noe for god fisk, or to take something for good fish, can be rather difficult to understand. I don't know if anybody actually understands it. Å ta noe for god fisk. Harald understands it. Yes, he's Norwegian. The fish here symbolizes truth and rational thought. So if somebody says to you, don't take it for good fish, it means beware, maybe it's not true. So I'm not certain as to why I chose to use Scandinavian proverbs in the French podcast. It was a rather unconscious choice. And looking back, I think the goal was to introduce bits of Scandinavian culture and folk wisdom to the French listeners. And the Norwegian author Britt Jensen offered an extensive list of Scandinavian proverbs, which were grouped under concepts rather than presented alphabetically. And a close look at this shows that many proverbs refer to mythological creatures such as trolls, typical animals such as bears, fish, eagles, foxes. But what is interesting is we have many proverbs related to trolls, but not to other mythological figures such as Nøkken or Huldra. We do have a lot of proverbs relating to the devil. And we can also see that many proverbs relate to what we can call typical Scandinavian values, such as these. So you have, for example, hard work and humility. Okay, so this is the podcast. It was called Musique de Nerd, or Nerd Music. And it contained mostly English-speaking songs. And I only dedicated 3 episodes to Scandinavian or Nordic artists. So the podcast was not an introduction to Scandinavian or Nordic culture. I started during the first lockdown and ended the podcast in the spring of 22. In the last or second segment of the podcast, I almost always included a Scandinavian proverb. So the goal, again, of this presentation is to present these and the reasons why I chose these proverbs. So in these 2 slides, you will see the proverbs I used. I will comment upon these later. So these proverbs were all translated to French. This is not the case here. I translated it to English. These are all literal translations, but I have tried to respect the sometimes specific syntax of Proverbs. For example, blind hand also finds grains. And all the Proverbs were signaled, meaning that I started by saying, et comme on le dit par chez moi. This was the signal to say that now I'm going to use a proverb. As we say it at home, it can be translated by. Okay, and the rest. So I was looking at all of these proverbs, trying to understand why I use them and in what context. So with these 8 proverbs, I was talking about the pandemic, the ongoing pandemic. What is interesting is that the proverbs accompany the different stages of the pandemic. And the proverbs 1, 2, 4, 6, and 7 are used when referring to the different lockdowns. The 2 first, as well as the 7th, are supposed to convey a certain degree of optimism with regards to the different lockdowns. Somewhat ironically, as France, I don't know if you know it, is a chronically pessimistic country. So the 7th, I really, really like it. En skal ikke male fanden på veggen. I used this when we were looking at an opening in the spring of 21. May 21, yes. And the 6th also relates to the lockdown. As I state that luckily bookstores are open, but one has to be aware of the dangers of reading, again, ironically. And the 3rd proverb, den som kjenner sin dårskap på vei mot visdom, is a rather sarcastic comment about conspiracy beliefs in France with regards to the corona vaccine, whereas the 5th refers to the pandemic being the result of human greed. We were not respecting biodiversity, and we were not giving other species the natural space that they need. Sometimes I did become a bit political. At last, the 8th proverb is supposed to relay a certain optimism again, in a rather ironic way. And I could characterize this as a good example of Norwegian resilience, as we can endure many difficult things, seeing as we'll all be dead in 100 years anyway. So together, this should mean that the word-for-word translation should be meaningful in French, here in English. And I had several episodes dedicated to female artists and had great pleasure in finding stereotypical proverbs on women. And these often relate to women's wrath. And we find mention of Norwegian folklore by the comparison between angry women and trolls, as well as the comparison between meteorological phenomenon and the wrath of women, who supposedly always end up crying in the end. I don't think that's true. The first one is just absurd. Beware of small women and small drams. And these 5 proverbs were used to comment upon specific situations. For example, I had another regular part in the podcast called The Advice of the Week. And this served mostly to tell people not to do senseless things to animals and to nature in form of injunctions. And this is the case with Proverbs 2 and 3. And the injunction is quite clear with the second one. Det for sent å angre det en ikke kan bøte. But this assumes that people who put their dogs in hot cars will actually regret it. And with the third proverb, context is needed, because the injunction was to cut holes in the fences between gardens to create the hedgehog highway. and to stop using chemicals to kill snails, seeing as the hedgehogs will eat these snails and then die. So the goal was to preserve the hedgehogs. But there is hope. This is what I was trying to say. And the first proverb, ulykken ofte selvbedt, comes after a song that I dedicated to one of my sisters, who used to terrorize me when I was a kid. But like the proverb states it, this was mostly my own fault. And finally, the last ones are simply comments on being happy with a job well done with the podcast, and on the fact that not all listeners will like my taste in music. And this is probably my favorite proverb in Norwegian. Smaken som baken delt I to. And here we can see the rhythmic part of the proverb. So the taste is like the bun divided in two. If you don't like my music, I don't care. And I also enjoyed mocking the French in the podcast. And we also already saw an example of this in the Proverbs relating to the pandemic. And the first one relates to the relationship the French have to their own language. And I commented upon the refusal to implement a spelling reform. And the proverb posed a paradox whereby they feel they need to preserve their language, whilst at the same time being unable to write it. And the second proverb related to French politicians having a quite unbalanced and senseless argument regarding the war in Ukraine. So if you have a big mouth, you also have to have a strong back. Okay, so finally, let's address the proverbs not related to specific situation, nor to any kind of injunction. And these were simply dropped into the podcast with no explanations and no supporting context. And these are quite interesting, as number 3 to 5 can be seen as less transparent as 1 and 2. So the first one actually only requires a knowledge of the devil in the Christian faith, and the fact that you should not make a pact with the devil, but once you've done it, you have to what do you call it? You have to accept your choice. And the second one, which apparently is an Icelandic proverb. I don't know if the Icelandic Mr. Yes, if you agree. Jeg like forvirret som en fjert I en kurvstol. Apparently it's from Iceland. And here you can see the adjective that offers the meaning of the proverb. So it's not rocket science, it just means that you're confused. But when you come to 3 and 4, is madness really acquired to attain wisdom? And what is the link between ignorance and blindness? And finally, are you really more likely to trip over your beard when you jump high? So these were just dropped in, like I said, but I also have to explain that when I was doing the podcast, I really wanted to end each episode by a proverb, but I didn't have the dictionary. I just had a list of proverbs that somebody had posted on internet, and they were listed alphabetically. So I was always trying to find a proverb that fit what I was trying to say. But in these 5 cases, I didn't find it, so I just picked one that I thought was humorous and absurd. So the question remains, why did I use proverbs in the podcast? As opposed to other phraseological units, such as idioms, they are independent utterances, and that can stand alone and often maintain their semantic and syntactic fixedness even when translated. And I do believe that proverbs represent snippets or part of a culture, and that they often give insights into what speakers of a certain language preserve as being wise, for example, and valued as such. And we can see this with the proverb, He who has a big mouth also needs a strong back, and money and not wisdom controls the world. And moreover, they relay a culture's beliefs and attitudes towards things, phenomenon, even if they can be antiquated, as we have seen with the Proverbs on women. And secondly, Proverbs can be used to create a rather interesting contrast between languages and cultures. And we can see this with Proverbs relating to animals or mythological creatures. In the Scandinavian culture and Nordic culture, trolls are angry creatures, but also quite stupid. So we can also have Proverbs on this. So if they are angry, we can compare them to angry women. And in other cultures, anger can be symbolized differently. So it would be interesting to hear if members here have examples of proverbs where we use a prototypical animal, for example, or another mythological creature. But translating proverbs requires a steady hand and a deep knowledge of linguistic structures in both languages. And this was not, what do you call it, a high-stakes context. I just simply wanted to translate proverbs in a radio show. Honestly, I had a complete disregard for whether the French listeners understood or not. I simply just wanted to use these podcasts, these proverbs. But this is also what's interesting, is if you have an absurd sense of humor, such as myself, when you just drop proverbs that don't mean anything into another language, well, it's part of your sense of humor. So this part can also be very interesting. So we will wait for the questions to the end. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. And keep your questions and comments in mind for the end of this session. But now we have our final speaker, Lina Maria Oliveira from Lisbon. She has worked for the University of Lisbon, but at the moment she's working as an independent researcher, and her interests are in art history, which is why she'll tell us today something about emblematics. Lina.
Ok. Bom dia a todos. Em primeiro lugar, muito obrigada à organização deste colóquio, nas pessoas dos doutores Rui e Marinela Soares. I'm sorry, I'm going to speak in Portuguese because my English is a little poor, but I try to translate some of the emblems in English, okay? And with the images, I think you understand most of the things I'm going to talk about. Articulando uma mensagem linguística e uma forma icónica, a emblemática considerada como ciência surgiu no século XVI e foi utilizada e difundida numa conjuntura muito especial de âmbito contra-reformista e absolutista, veiculando mensagens religiosas e políticas. Contudo, a emblemática mergulha as suas raízes no século V, quando, ora polo, um professor de filosofia grego escreveu um tratado sobre hieróglifos, considerando-os uma escrita exclusivamente ideográfica, convicção que perdurou por longo tempo até à descoberta da Pedra da Roseta, que permitiu a Champollion realizar a sua descodificação na segunda década do século XIX. Esta escrita esteve em uso durante 3.500 anos, mas desapareceu quando os romanos assumiram o controle do Império Faraónico e adotaram o cristianismo como religião oficial, tendo o decreto de Teodósio erradicado os cultos pagãos, o que conduziu à perda da elite alfabetizada, fundamentalmente ligada ao círculo dos sacerdotes. Assim, durante muitos séculos não se produziram inscrições hieroglíficas e perdeu-se a chave do seu entendimento. Na realidade, os hieróglifos, termo de origem grega, cuja tradução significa escrita dos deuses, são uma escrita fonética, figurativa e simbólica que estava reservada a muito poucos, possuindo por isso mesmo um poder extraordinário que se pode dizer mágico. A obra escrita por Orapolo compunha-se de 2 livros, totalizando 190 hieróglifos, desenhados e descritos pelo autor, discorrendo sobre a forma de representar uma ideia. Deste modo, estabeleceu uma convergência entre uma imagem e um conceito ligado ao universo, aos deuses, virtudes, vícios, sentidos, morte, amor, elementos da natureza, etc. Em 1419, decorrente da busca de textos antigos pelos humanistas do Renascimento, o manuscrito de Orapolo foi descoberto e chegou a Florença, sendo considerado um importante repertório de ideogramas que permitiam atingir a sabedoria hermética da antiguidade. E foi amplamente divulgado nos círculos intelectuais florentinos, conhecendo inúmeras edições e traduções que foram ilustradas com gravuras. A metáfora visual do hieróglifo transformou-se então numa moda simbólica que teve grande transcendência nas artes plásticas, sobretudo a partir de 1531, ano em que Andrea Alciato, baseada em Orapolo, recorrendo a muitas outras fontes literárias e artísticas, publicou o seu Emblematum Liber, com 99 emblemas figurados em gravuras, chegando ao número de 212 emblemas e a 150 edições. Nascida em 1492 em Alzate, perto de Milão, Alciato estudou leis em Bolonha, onde se doutorou em 1514 e aí foi professor, assim como em Pavia e em França. Relacionou-se com Erasmo e foi nomeado protonotário apostólico pelo Papa Paulo III. Através da sua obra, inaugurou um tipo de cultura visual e literária sobre a denominação de emblemática, que se expandiu enormemente. Por tal facto, é considerado o fundador da ciência emblemática e do género emblemático, criando uma linguagem ideográfica com base em imagens explicadas com textos e dando ao emblema a sua forma canónica. O emblema compõe-se de 3 partes com implicação mútua entre imagem e palavra. Um mote ou lema, uma frase sintética que dá o título ao emblema. O corpo, uma imagem de caráter simbólico. O epigrama ou declaração, que constitui a alma do emblema, com a explicação do desenho, conteúdo e significado, tendo sempre implícita uma moralidade ou lição aplicável à vida do homem. No caso deste emblema, o mote é mais vale inteligência do que beleza. O corpo é uma gravura que representa uma raposa junto de uma pérgola a segurar uma escultura de uma cabeça humana, cujo sentido é explicado pelo epigrama deste modo. A cabeça está tão belamente talhada que só lhe falta respirar para viver. E segurando-a diz a raposa, oh, que formosa cabeça, mas não tem cérebro. Is beautiful, but no brain. O emblema... Desculpem. Os emblemas são, assim, concepções plásticas do pensamento, explicação de ideias com frases simples, semelhantes a máximas e a provérbios, e ilustradas com imagens apelativas que se fixam na mente e se analisam com a ajuda de textos que lhes estão associados. O emblema com o mote prudentes representa Jano, o deus bifronte, porque, como explica o texto, é aquele que conhece bem as coisas passadas e as futuras, que contempla o que está atrás e vê o que está adiante. Nos emblemas coabitam um discurso figurativo e uma mensagem linguística em reciprocidade, podendo colocar-se a questão se é a figura que condensa o texto ou se é o texto que determina a figura. Verifica-se que, na maior parte das vezes, o texto amplia um conjunto de conotações que já estão incluídas na imagem, mas também pode produzir ou inventar significados que são projetados sobre a imagem, a efeito da figura sobre o texto e do texto sobre a figura, pelo que cada um deles isolado não tem o mesmo valor. Entre as várias fontes a que Alciato recorreu está a mitologia e as fábulas, pelo que, para além de outras iconografias, usou frequentemente os animais, aos quais atribuiu virtudes e defeitos humanos, com evidente sentido moral, que muito facilmente se gravavam na vista e na memória. No emblema de 53, para figurar os aduladores, escolheu o camaleão, porque, como explica, é um animal que se alimenta da brisa e muda frequentemente de aspecto e de cores, exceto o vermelho referido à vergonha e o branco por ser cor da pureza. Do mesmo modo, funciona o adulador, que se alimenta dos rumores do povo e, para lisonjear o príncipe, muda de cor sem vergonha. No emblema 19, mais prudente que falador, more prudent than talker, representa a coruja, combinando a mitologia com o simbolismo animal, explicando o texto que a gralha, por ser intrujona, foi banida por Ateneia e substituída pela coruja, considerada uma ave de bom conselho. Naturalmente, a partir de André Alciato, surgiram muitos outros autores de emblemas, empresas e hieróglifos, usando a mesma metodologia e pondo em destaque o seu caráter visual, simbólico e didático. A literatura emblemática foi assim desenvolvida por inúmeros emblemistas, sendo alguns de opinião que para um emblema merecer esta designação tinha que conter sempre alguma porção de mistério e possuir um certo caráter enigmático. Na realidade, embora fossem oticamente muito atrativos, a intelecção total dos emblemas estava reservada a um público culto, sendo que a maioria não conseguia decifrar o seu significado. Mas no sacro, o povo aceitava e reverenciava os mistérios ocultos de Deus, reconhecia muitas das figuras utilizadas e a lição que continham, memorizando-as, pelo que o objetivo da emblemática acabava por ser atingido de uma forma ou de outra. Tal como Alciato, os emblemistas que lhe sucederam recolheram e selecionaram textos e citações de inúmeras autoridades relacionadas com as mais diversas matérias e questões, desde a antiguidade, como literatura clássica, obras filosóficas e mitológicas, a Bíblia, patrística, fábulas, bestiários medievais, provérbios, lendas, enciclopédias e também obras da arte heráldica e empresas que constituíram as suas principais fontes de inspiração. Sebastião de Covarrubias, Orozco, primeiro emblemista espanhol, era capelão do rei Dom Filipe II e cônego na Catedral de Cuenca, lexicógrafo e criptógrafo. Inspirando-se nas mais diversas fontes do saber e em diferentes culturas através dos tempos, e servindo-se de todos os tipos de figuras simbólicas, compôs os seus emblemas morales, que são de uma grande riqueza e variedade, sem grandes artifícios, sendo a sua intenção que a apreensão visual da figura fosse total e imediata e servisse de aviso, sendo o ensinamento completado com o texto. No emblema 66, a espada e a língua são duas armas mortais. It's easy. The sword and tongue are littles. Conceito que é perfeitamente compreensível pela ilustração. No emblema 87, fé inabalável, vemos uma candeia esférica articulada com um vaso com fogo no centro. Por mais que role, o recipiente com fogo está sempre na mesma posição. O emblema 31, falas vãs, Talking Without Sense, mostra um cortesão preso num labirinto que diz que há de sair, mas não sai. Tal como Alciato, Orozco também recorre ao tema da coruja no emblema 47, cujo mote é no conselho noturno. A coruja está pousada sobre um livro com a explicação que esta ave foi consagrada à deusa da sabedoria Minerva, simbolizando a virtude da vigilância noturna e da sapiência, so it's wisdom. Noutro emblema apresenta um elefante que caminha equilibrando-se sobre uma corda atravessada por cima de uma rua, admirado por um público atónito. O seu mote é o engenho supera dificuldades, referindo o texto que uma besta tão pesada e monstruosa tem um instinto tão grande e racional que muitos humanos não possuem, estando a razão e a inteligência subordinadas à obediência. Aristóteles, Plínio e Eliano, nos seus escritos sobre animais, consideravam que o elefante era facilmente domesticável e que aprendia coisas difíceis, sendo reconhecido pela sua mansidão, força e temperamento, embora na época medieval os bestiários lhe conferissem qualidades fantasiosas e estabelecessem relações entre o seu comportamento e o pecado original. Mas foi reabilitado no Renascimento, integrado nos triunfos e visto como animal exótico e maravilhoso, que até aprende a dançar, prevalecendo a obediência e docilidade que foi capturada pelos emblemas, como se vê num emblema de Francisco Núñez de Cepeda, jesuíta, professor de humanidades, prefeito de estudos e missionário, que compôs uma obra dedicada a ensinar princípios morais, espirituais, políticos e económicos aos governantes da Igreja. O elefante dança sobre uma plataforma com fogo por baixo, enquanto uma harpa é dedilhada, combinando a suavidade da música com o instinto do elefante que está a ser ensinado a dançar, de modo a que mais tarde o faça sem o fogo, por reflexo condicionado, assim que ouvir a música. Com este emblema, Cepeda pretendeu ilustrar o conceito do prelado, que tem que saber dirigir os seus discípulos, que devem ser obedientes, combinando brandura com dureza, para que todos se movam ao compasso da música, das leis e preceitos divinos. Piero Valeriano Bolzani, italiano, frequentou estudos em Veneza e em Pádua, onde contactou com o embaixador de França. Em 1509 foi nomeado pároco de Limana pelo Papa Júlio II e 4 anos depois entrou em Roma como tutor dos sobrinhos do Papa Leão X, frequentando ambientes humanísticos, destacando-se pelos seus estudos sobre hieroglifos. Para compor a sua obra, tomou como bases principais o bestiário medieval fisiólogo e o texto de Ora Apolo, adaptados à religião cristã. Por exemplo, representa a misericórdia por um pelicano que tenta apagar as chamas defendendo as crias, e a fama pelo cavalo alado mitológico Pégaso, que por sua vez vai inspirar a alegoria da fama de César Ripa. Hernando de Soto era contador e vedor da Casa de Castela, frequentando os círculos eruditos da corte, o que lhe proporcionou ferramentas necessárias para compor os seus emblemas moralizadas, com um objetivo eminentemente didático, pretendendo alcançar um público mais vasto, pelo que teve a preocupação de utilizar figuras simples, fazendo acompanhar os motes em latim da respectiva tradução castelhana, língua na qual escreve a declaração, composta em forma de estrofes populares de fácil apreensão. Na sua obra evidencia preocupações morais, apresentando o mundo como algo pernicioso, perante o qual o homem se deve acautelar e tirar proveito dos erros. Outro emblemista famoso foi Francisco Vilhava, mestre de teologia na Universidade de Baeza, destinado a formar sacerdotes especialmente vocacionados para a evangelização através da pregação. Aproveitando as vantagens pedagógicas da emblemática, a intenção da sua obra era fixar no intelecto o ensinamento de doutrina e moral cristãs, apresentando o perigo incerto no pecado e no vício. Assim, as empresas de Vilhava têm uma clara intenção catequética e apologética, sobressaindo o objetivo de servir a piedade cristã contra a heresia. A empresa Inclinata Leirat é dedicada à representação da misericórdia, mostrando que a pena pesa mais do que a justiça figurada pela espada. Na empresa, desde o 1 volto ao 1, significa que Deus é 1 e 3, simbolizando a perfeição divina através de figuras geométricas perfeitas que representam Deus, Cristo e a Santíssima Trindade, estando presente a mesma imagem no emblema que ele próprio compôs para a Universidade de Baeza, onde lecionou. Paulo Góvio, italiano natural de Como, teve educação humanista e estudou medicina em Pádua e Paris até 1516, exercendo em Roma, onde foi nomeado pelo Papa Leão X como professor da Universidade e pelo Papa Clemente VII como bispo de Nocera, em 1528, frequentando meios intelectuais, religiosos e políticos, onde conviveu com personalidades importantes, incluindo o imperador Carlos V. Entre as várias obras que escreveu, conta-se o Diálogo della Imprese Militare e Amorose, com edições italianas, francesas e espanholas, contendo 35 divisas dedicadas a personagens concretos, tanto históricos como das suas relações, com uma intenção mais política do que religiosa, explicando que um emblema não deve ser tão obscuro que necessite uma sibila para o decifrar, nem tão claro que o entenda um homem vulgar. No emblema Hoc Opus, este trabalho, This Work, apresenta-se um leme e o globo terrestre. É dedicado ao Papa Paulo Terceiro, a quem, como obreiro e governante máximo da Igreja, era oportuno associar-lhe este mote e esta imagem, sendo a Igreja representada frequentemente como um barco. Assim, o Papa devia segurar com firmeza o seu leme e guiá-la, trabalhando para reforçar a autoridade de Roma face à reforma. O emblema, a fortuna é companheira da virtude, é dedicado a Alciato, unindo os atributos de Mercúrio como símbolo da eloquência e o chifre mágico da cabra almateia, simbolizando abundância, que juntos significam que o conhecimento confere um prémio digno, pois a fortuna por si só vale pouco. Saavedra Fajardo foi estadista e embaixador de Espanha em diversas cortes europeias e no Vaticano, cavaleiro da Ordem de Santiago, notabilizando-se como um dos mais célebres intelectuais espanhóis. Na sua obra intitulada Ideia de um Príncipe Político Cristão, apresenta 100 empresas de índole política representadas com a pena e o buril, para que, através dos olhos e dos ouvidos, instrumentos do saber, fique o príncipe mais informado na ciência de reinar e sirvam as figuras de hábil memória. No cimo da ilustração da folha de rosto, recorre ao emblema do leme de Góvio, com significação do bom governante. No emblema, governa e corrige. Uma mão invisível segura as rédeas. O rei, mesmo absoluto e juiz, deve temperar por razões de Estado e com base na prudência o modo como exerce a autoridade e aplica o rigor da jurisdição real através da lei escrita. Na política, o uso da emblemática tornou-se um meio muito eficaz de divulgação e transmissão de uma ideologia de poder ao serviço da monarquia absoluta. Neste emblema de Alciato, representa-se Hércules, armado, vestido com a pele de leão e acorrentado pela boca às orelhas de um grupo de pessoas, significando que os poderes da eloquência escravizam os ouvintes. A mesma imagem foi transposta para o arco triunfal da entrada de Henrique II em Paris em 1549, em que todo o espetáculo, arquiteturas efêmeras e cenários foram concebidos para demonstrar o poderio e prestígio francês frente a Carlos V. Deste modo, o rei surge no topo, ligado por correntes douradas a 4 figuras que personificam os 4 estados, significando a força e o poder de persuasão para reconciliar e reunir o reino, dividido por questões religiosas e políticas. No mesmo arco, sustido por Atlantes, surge a empresa do monarca, que é um crescente lunar, e no obelisco erguido por ocasião do mesmo acontecimento, o rei figura como Hércules, rematado pelo sol e pelo seu monograma. A empresa, ou divisa figurada de Henrique II, tem como mote até que preencha o universo, until conquer the universe, combinando profecias de expansão imperial com aspirações religiosas. Nas festas do segundo casamento do rei Dom Pedro II de Portugal com Dona Maria Sofia Isabel de Neuburgo, que ocorreram em Lisboa em 1687, foram erguidos arcos triunfais oferecidos pelas corporações dos oficiais mecânicos e pelas comunidades diplomaticamente representadas no reino, decorados com heráldica, bandeiras, coroas, esculturas e emblemas, alusivos às qualidades e virtudes do rei e da sua consorte. Quando se tratava de representar a monarquia, selecionavam-se determinados símbolos áulicos que compunham uma imagem para os súbditos que era utilizada em vários tipos de manifestações festivas, casamentos, entradas, triunfos, exéquias, etc., transmitindo ao público uma imagem da monarquia e do monarca do ponto de vista genérico, pessoal e ideológico, em que o príncipe é apresentado como bom governante e justo, virtuoso e digno do amor e lealdade dos súbditos, através de uma forte aliança do político, social e festivo. Dos emblemas representativos do monarca, o sol, como astro-rei, é o símbolo áulico mais utilizado. Muitos reis espanhóis, como Carlos V, os Filipes II, III e IV, Carlos II, e os franceses Henrique IV, Luís XIII e Luís XIV, evidentemente cognominado o Rei Sol, identificaram-se com o Sol e ou com o carro solar através das suas divisas figuradas e outros emblemas. No emblema de Juan de Solorzano está figurado uma esfera com a elíptica do zodíaco centrada pelo Sol, dizendo o mote: o rei deve governar o seu reino como o Sol governa o céu, com prudência, aquecendo e iluminando, mas sem queimar. Na realidade, uma das constantes mais significativas da história cultural e política é a identificação do Sol com o poder. Na antiguidade egípcia, o faraó era considerado o filho do sol. Na literatura e na mitologia clássicas, o astro-rei associa-se ao poder supremo que provém do divino. Apolo e Júpiter identificam-se com o sol e relacionam-se com a imagem do governante. Na Bíblia, o sol e a luz que dele emana simbolizam Deus e Cristo. Tudo isto levou ao desenvolvimento de programas iconográficos e criação de emblemas de caráter astrológico e cosmológico, figurando constelações, signos do zodíaco, planetas e estrelas, amplamente utilizados pelo poder político, patentes sobretudo nas entradas triunfais e exéquias reais. Nas cerimónias fúnebres dos monarcas, erguiam-se altares, catafalcos e outras arquiteturas efêmeras dentro das catedrais e principais igrejas, com decorações que incorporavam emblemas com metáforas e mensagens que se pretendiam fazer passar através de todo o cerimonial, oferecendo ainda um sentido de continuidade governativa que não era interrompido pela morte do rei, com a intenção de ressaltar a perenidade da monarquia absoluta como instituição, glorificando-a através da sua apresentação como melhor forma de governo e exaltação apologética da estabilidade da casa reinante, superando o momento de perda ou sentimento de insegurança. Deste modo, os emblemas que adornavam os túmulos ou monumentos fúnebres expressavam que, apesar da morte, a realeza e o sistema continuavam, recorrendo a imagens como a fênix renascida das cinzas, o eclipse do sol ou o sol que desaparece no ocaso, mas volta a nascer brilhante. É o que representa o hieróglifo 25, elaborado por Pedro Rodrigues de Montfort em 1660, para as exéquias de Filipe IV, com o mote "O sol põe-se, mas reaparece", tema que igualmente se representa no hieróglifo 26, "O sol voltou para Pedro e abriu caminho para o rei", mostrando o sol levado por uma carruagem que se oculta a ocidente, mas logo outro se levanta a nascente coroado, dando corpo a um discurso da não morte do rei, como poder instituído que perdura no tempo. Tal como foi utilizado pela política como veículo de propaganda do poder, a emblemática desempenhou um papel muito importante no campo religioso, utilizando símbolos de sentido moralizante e atraente ao serviço da fé e dos interesses da Igreja. É por demais sabido que esta sempre utilizou a arte como instrumento moral e didático nas festas de santos patronos, beatificações, canonizações, procissões e principais festas religiosas, em que surgem complexas arquiteturas efêmeras, altares de rua e carros adornados de emblemas alusivos aos personagens sagrados e às entidades organizadoras ou participantes. Frequentemente, os artistas plásticos e os mentores que ideavam a decoração das arquiteturas efêmeras tomavam dos livros de emblemas as iconografias necessárias ao que desejavam simbolizar e expressar, passando depois a ser materializadas nas decorações das igrejas e monumentos civis, em pinturas, azulejos, estuques, relevos, esculturas de vulto, etc. Na realidade, os emblemas são uma importante fonte iconográfica e textual das artes, ultrapassando o seu mero valor formal, porque são possuidores de conteúdos iconográficos e simbólicos, pelo que esta influência deve ser tida em conta na análise iconográfica e iconológica das obras de arte. Por exemplo, no painel de azulejos oitocentista da autoria de Francisco Ferreira, que decorava o jardim de uma casa de um comerciante galego maçom, e hoje se exibe no Museu do Azulejo, estão representadas colunas com símbolos maçónicos que foram diretamente bebidos nos emblemas de Alciato e de Valeriano. Iniciada por Alciato, a emblemática é uma manifestação de expressão artística com uma função amplamente significante que foi utilizada como instrumento falante, dado o seu poder comunicativo rápido e direto, a sua capacidade expressiva e conteúdo edificante e apologético, expressando conceitos políticos, religiosos e moralizantes, determinando o seu uso nas arquiteturas temporárias das festas e nas obras de arte definitivas, com a finalidade de passar mensagens que, em muitos casos, já estavam codificadas na tratadística emblemática, que se serviu de inúmeras fontes eruditas e populares, como os Provérbios. A emblemática constitui-se essencialmente como uma arte da memória e, por isso mesmo, foi frequentemente utilizada em contextos determinados, valendo-se de toda a sua força imagética e do seu caráter interdisciplinar, combinando doutrina e plasticidade com imagens polivalentes e recheadas de significado. Aquilo que a emblemática faz é unir os sentidos, ou seja, estabelece um campo de inter-relações entre textos e imagens, levando um emblemista holandês do século XVII a explicá-los como imagens simultaneamente mudas e falantes, matérias insignificantes, mas com importância, coisas ridículas, mas que revelam sabedoria. So, the emblems are mute but talker, insignificant but important, ridiculous but intelligent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask all of our three speakers to seat themselves at the front and prepare to address your questions, comments, queries, and complaints, perhaps? Okay, raise your hand if you have anything to say. Lisa, you're raising your hand? Yes. Excellent.
Somebody has to be the first one. So
Yes.
I thank you all. I was so waiting for Villanueva that you speak Swahili also. You promised to say some words in Swahili, but you didn't. And Catherine, you forgot to tell people that you are a linguist. So even you were the first time with the Proverbs, so you are a specialist with phraseology and this kind of thing. So it was very nice to see, and I think that it is very refreshing that we not always are so very tiukkapiposia. It means too serious, so we can joke with them, but as you said, that it demands a special humor, and there are a lot of people in Finland who don't joke with Proverbs. They are a very important thing. I don't joke with Proverbs. Yeah. And so it was very nice to listen to this. So it was not unnecessary to stay up in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you to all the three speakers for the very interesting presentations. Fiona, it was very interesting to let us know and to learn some Swahili proverbs, which is an unknown territory area for a lot of us. And there are brilliant proverbs, very funny and very wise. And also we see the proverbs which have parallels in the European world, and very special imagery in the Swahili language. Especially that one which about the fly who is happy to die in the coconut cream. It's fantastic. Thank you. Catherine, regarding your presentation, you mentioned the proverb about taking something for a true fish. Isn't it? There is a proverb that will you take it by a true fish?
To take something by good fish.
By good fish,
Yes.
fish. So that you take something by truth, by real. There is a Hungarian parallel to it, that to take something by cash. By cash, so it's cash. So it's the parallel. And this is my advice as translator. Translating the proverbs, you mentioned that sometimes it's difficult to explain. So you can give the word for word translation, but it's difficult to understand sometimes the real meaning. In this case, you can search for proverbial parallels in the target language, in French. So you can mention that in French, the parallel is like this, and instead of explaining or adding explanation, which is boring and not so funny. So this is just an advice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I actually did not have the time while I was doing the podcast to find French equivalent proverbs. That's why I just I threw them in there. But regarding your comment on fish, so you mean that, for example, when you talk about, you have a lot of, in French, idioms or slang, you can also say, where wheat means money. You have a lot of words where you take a specific element that means, that symbolizes money in a culture. And in Norway, maybe fish is that what you meant?
Fish in Norway must be a value.
Yes.
It's a money. And another proverb you mentioned already in your presentation, number 5, money and not wisdom controls the world about the pandemics. Is great.
Yes. I love this proverb. Yes. Thank you.
Yes, a question at the back.
Hola. Thank you for this interesting session. And I want to thank Katrina for coming here with this project. When she told us in Milan that she was doing this podcast, I really wanted everyone to know about the fact that you're already a part of the paramyological family. So thank you for using Proverbs in that podcast, especially during COVID. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, so I have a remark for Lina Maria. The emblematica you showed us, they're largely at a learned level. Did they have any popular circulation?
I think there is...
The microphone, please.
Okay, thank you. I think there are two worlds.
Yes,
we may
two
say.
worlds, yes, yeah.
Erudite one, the people who can read, okay, and are connected with the church or with the politics.
See.
It's the two main roads, okay. And then the people in general normally are the learning they have about the emblems. It's in the festivals, okay, with the ephemeral architectures, because they see, and when they go to the mass, the priest told them about some objects or animals who personate virtue or sins. And so they, I think they have knowledge of the emblematic, but in a way, as I say, pop, no, I don't know the term, it's it's gone. They have no, it's not a material. No, it's because day by day, they saw every day. They saw, they listen, they know because of the Proverbs.
Yes.
And the other lessons. That some animals symbolize good actions and the other animals symbolize bad actions, and so on. And it in the Middle Ages, they have those examples in the capitals of the columns in the church, and the priest tell the people what is represented in every picture or sculpture or anything else. So I think there are a public, erudite public for the emblems, but the people in general, they know but in the other way.
Yes.
They have a different road to know, but they know. Some of them, they look.
Yes.
So if there are a king dies, so one of the emblems to put in the church is the phoenix, because the phoenix is a mythical bird who reborn from his ashes. So they know the king is dead, but monarchy is not dead.
Yes.
Okay, so they have a practical knowledge.
See.
That's the word
Excellent.
I was looking for.
Thank you very much. And could you say just a word about what the African Proverb Project is? I know it's not something you run yourself, but you've used it to...
Oh yeah, the African Proverb Project was started a number of years ago, and it's all online. It's an aim to put all the minority languages, proverbs, to preserve them. A lot, so many lesser spoken languages are dying out daily, and it's been very, very successful. And it's based in East Africa, but it's trying to cover all of the continent, and there are thousands of proverbs, and it's expanded into then fables and other aspects of oral tradition. And I can give you well, if you just look up African Proverbs Project, you'll find it. And in Proverbium, the journal, there are some details about it as well. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much to all our speakers. But before we can have our refreshing coffee, we have to present our diplomas.
até o Vila Galé da Vila é um máximo, os animadores também, a piscina, os quartos, tudo.
A localização de facto é muito central, facilita-me a acessibilidade quer para a Ilha de Tavira, quer para o centro da cidade.
There was a children's club, so if the children are happy, I'm happy.
Because the kids club's got good entertainment and it's lots of fun and the people are really nice.
Gosto da disponibilidade das pessoas que cá trabalham, estão sempre disponíveis para ajudar-nos e estão sempre aqui para nós. Qualquer problema que nós tenhamos, eles estão lá sempre.
Casa. E isso é uma sensação que não há dinheiro nenhum no mundo que pague.
John doesn't want to go home. He's hoping he can stay for another few days.
Vou ter saudades da cidade, vou ter saudades da piscina, da comida também, que é muito boa aqui.
Recomendo todas as pessoas a virem aqui.
Quando viajamos, queremos trazer mais do que aquilo que levamos. E para isso apuramos os nossos sentidos. Vemos outras paisagens. Sorrisos diferentes. História. Experimentamos novos sabores. Os tradicionais em cada local. Percebendo a sua origem. Cheiramos outras essências. As que nos fazem sentir bem. Ouvimos sons que nem sempre fazem parte da nossa rotina. Sentimos-nos mais próximos de quem mais gostamos. Dê sentido à sua vida. Vila Galé, sempre perto de si.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
O Hotel Vila Galé Tavira é um máximo, os animadores também, a piscina, os quartos, tudo.
A localização de facto é muito central, facilita-me a acessibilidade quer para a Ilha de Tavira, quer para o centro da cidade.
There was a children's club, so if the children are happy, I'm happy.
Because the kids club's got good entertainment and it's lots of fun and the people are really nice.
Gosto da disponibilidade das pessoas que cá trabalham, estão sempre disponíveis para ajudar-nos e estão sempre aqui para nós. Qualquer problema que nós tenhamos, eles estão lá sempre.
casa. E isso é uma sensação que não há dinheiro nenhum no mundo que pague.
John doesn't want to go home. He's hoping he can stay for another few days.
Vou ter saudades da cidade, vou ter saudades da piscina, da comida também, que é muito boa aqui.
Recomendo todas as pessoas a virem aqui.
Quando viajamos, queremos trazer mais do que aquilo que levamos. E para isso apuramos os nossos sentidos. Vemos outras paisagens. Sorrisos diferentes. História. Experimentamos novos sabores. Os tradicionais em cada local. Percebendo a sua origem. Cheiramos outras essências. As que nos fazem sentir bem. Ouvimos sons que nem sempre fazem parte da nossa rotina. Sentimos-nos mais próximos de quem mais gostamos. Dê sentido à sua vida. Vila Galé, sempre perto de si.
Hello, good morning again, everybody. Rothabar, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Rothabar? There is no sound.
I can hear you.
Okay. We have the connection with South Africa. Good morning again. Hi. Welcome to Tavira. Happy to see you with us. I introduce Rothabar Posta Moguera from South Africa, who will speak to us about the Proverbs regarding women and their situation in her country, mainly in Basotho people. We have connection with South Africa. Morning again. Hi. Welcome to Tavira. Happy to see you with us. I introduce Rothabar Posta Moguera from South Africa. Okay. Rothabar, the floor is yours. Please start your presentation.
Thank you, Chair.
Mainly in Basotho.
Can I ask?
South Africa. Hi. Welcome to Tavira. Rothabar, please close YouTube. I introduce Rothabar Posta Moguera from South Africa. Okay. Rothabar, the floor is yours. Please start your presentation.
Thank you, Chair.
Mainly in Basotho.
Can I ask?
South Africa. Rothabar, please close YouTube.
Oh, yes.
Rothabar Posta Moguera from South Africa.
Makes sense now.
Okay. Rothabar, the floor
Yeah,
is
I'm
yours.
closing
Please
YouTube.
start your presentation.
Thank you, Chair.
Mainly in Basotho.
Can I ask?
South Africa. Rothabar, please close YouTube. Rothabar.
Yeah, I just did. Can you hear me now? I was confused. I had no idea what was happening. Okay. Good afternoon or good morning, everyone. Can I kindly ask the chair? Can I kindly ask the chair to assist me with sharing my presentation that I have submitted? And I would just say the next slides, because on my site here, I was trying to share and it seems to be buffing and taking longer. Is that possible, Chair? Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, if they can just share my presentation, I can even indicate by raising the hand on the next slide.
Now we see your presentation.
Yes, here. Thank you very much. I hope if there was a recording there, you can just mute so that I can do it now face to face, unlike when I recorded. Can I start, Chair?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, good afternoon. Bom dia, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I couldn't make it to Portugal this year. However, I will be presenting to you, and my title is Analysis of Motherhood as Portrayed in Basotho Proverbs, the African Humanistic Approach. So this article investigates how motherhood is portrayed in Basotho Proverbs. It questions whether Proverbs serve as catalysts in elevating the status of Basotho women in society. This stems from the fact that even though women are subjected to demeaning acts, even though they are subjected to demeaning acts, it just became blurry. I don't know why. I'll have to do this site. Yeah, this stems from the fact that even though women are subject to demeaning acts of violence, especially mothers, still play an important role in keeping the social cosmos intact and alive. So Proverbs are the inconstantable reservoir of the values, sensibilities, aesthetics, and achievements of traditional African thought and imagination. They express the Africana conception and understanding of life and its incessant challenges and blessings, and are a result of close examination and analysis of phenomena over a long period of time. So this article argues that in African society, specifically among the Basotho, mothers are the pillars of society and the protectors of their children. This study adopts African humanism. So, motherhood is universally revered and celebrated role, yet the way it is perceived and expressed varies greatly across cultures. This article delves into the distinctive portrayal of motherhood in Basotho culture as conveyed through their proverbs. The Basotho people originate from the Kingdom of Lesotho, which is a small country in South Africa. And of course, though I've mentioned Free State, but they are Basotho across South Africa as well. So they hold a rich cultural heritage with a strong emphasis on the African humanistic approach. I will analyze different Basotho proverbs about women to gain deeper insight into their cultural perspective. So the methodology that I adopted for this study was qualitative approach and employed the contextual method to analyze the proverbs discussed. Of course, proverbs are already there, they are collected, they are used on daily basis, as we know that they are handed down from generation to generation. So it wasn't difficult collecting or finding proverbs that are under study. So the theoretical framework for this article, as I had indicated in my introduction, will be Africana Humanism, which was developed by Hudson, 1993. So according to her, Africana Humanism is a theory designated to encompass the experiences of women of African descent. It is rooted in African culture and as such places a particular emphasis on the distinct experiences, challenges, requirements, and aspirations of African women. Africana women's central objective is to establish their unique standards for evaluating their experiences, encompassing both their intellectual perspectives and practical actions. Africana humanism represents an evolution of the humanism ideology. It stands apart from terms such as Black feminism, African feminism, and workers' humanism because it acknowledges that these terms primarily focus on gender, often overlooking the significance of race and class. So Hudson introduced the paradigm of Africana humanism, a concept she named and continually refined. According to her, the principles of Africana humanism have existed throughout history, dating back to pre-American slavery and even in African societies. African women have consistently held a family-centric role, which is a fundamental element of Africana humanism. This perspective underscores the holistic view of Black women's experiences, recognizing the interconnectedness of gender, race, and class in shaping their lives. So I don't even want to go much into Proverbs because everyone at this conference, we have defined and looked at what Proverbs mean, and we all know that they contain wisdom, truth, morals, traditional views in metaphorical, fixed, and memorization form, and are handed down from generation to generation. So I'm going to move straight to now Proverbs about women. So numerous Proverbs often offer insight into societal perceptions of women's roles, primarily as life givers. And within this context, motherhood holds significant importance. These proverbs that I'll be discussing today highlight the expected qualities and virtues that align with the status of motherhood. Nchinga, 1998, concurs, affirming that certain proverbs underscore the pivotal and central role of a mother within a family. And these proverbs a mother is described as a sanctuary, source of comfort at the end of the day, a home to run to, the pillar of support and protection for her children, and the provider of warm and secure household. I'll move straight to the Proverbs. First of all, when a woman gets married, because this is where I'm going to start, this is where most of the Proverbs start. During that premarital counseling, a woman is first of all told that you cannot leave your marriage. So this proverb underscores the resilience and determination of women in the face of challenges within their marriages. It highlights the idea that a woman's commitment to her family and marriage is steadfast, emphasizing her responsibility and dedication as a mother. They're already preparing you when you become a mother after being married, that you need to know your responsibilities and be dedicated as a mother. So the African humanistic approach values the enduring strength and loyalty of women in maintaining their family. Another one, which is still the one that is usually used during the premarital counseling, is the grave of a woman is in her in-laws already. Once you get into that family, you are being told there is no turning back. This proverb emphasizes the role of a woman in bridging and unifying families. It suggests that a woman's commitment and dedication extends beyond her natal family and into her husband's family. The grave of a woman being at her in-laws signifies her enduring connection and responsibility towards her marital family, further illustrating the African humanistic approach that values the unity and continuity of family through women. So the purpose of this proverb, which, as I've said, is used during premarital counseling, is to instill a sense of perseverance in a woman, encouraging them not to give up even if they encounter hardships in marital life. Whether out of respect for culture or traditions that govern their life or out of obedience to the instructions of older family members, many women abide by this rule despite being in life-threatening marriages. It can be a disadvantage though, especially nowadays when, GBV, gender-based violence, it's high. So cannot, sometimes people are forced to leave, or women are forced to leave to save their lives, but the Basotho Proverbs are still expecting them to persevere. So now we come into those that are associated with womanhood. Mother holds the knife on the sharp side of the blade. So a child's well-being is enhanced when the mother is present. It is a commonly recognized fact that mothers tend to be more nurturing and empathetic towards their children, while fathers typically exhibit a tougher demeanor. Whatever happens, children always run to their mother. A mother is capable of making significant sacrifices for the benefit of the children, hence holding the knife, on the sharp side of it doesn't matter, as long as, whatever your child is going through, the mother will run and take risks that otherwise a father may not do. Consequently, some fathers, there's still good fathers out there. So yeah, let's give them a round of applause, of course. Consequently, a child is generally better off with the presence of the mother as opposed to the absence of the father. That's Nyembezi 1990. And according to Mazuru and Nyambi, African women hold significant role as protectors of Africana cultural values, serving as primary educators and equal partners in the Africana struggle or well-being, survival, and advancement. Yeah, an elephant is not overwhelmed by its tasks, like trunk. So same as the one that I've said before, they mean the same thing, that as a mother, there's nothing impossible when it comes to your children. And they always make sure that they do what they're supposed to do to their children. They protect them. They they educate them, as much as they can. So I'll move to this one. When you have been married and you give birth to male children, the expectation is that you cannot remarry, because now it means you'll have to take your male children with you. So this proverb reflects a cultural belief and norm within Basotho society. It essentially means that a woman who has successfully born sons and continues the family lineage through male heirs should not, or typically does not, seek to remarry after a husband's death or separation. The proverb's underlying message is rooted in the cultural importance of male heirs within Basotho society. Sons are often seen as the ones who will carry on the family name, inherit property, though it's causing lots of problems lately, and perform important social and cultural duties. Therefore, if a woman has given birth to male children, she has fulfilled a significant role in the continuation of her husband's lineage. In such cases, it is considered more common for the widow to remain devoted to a late husband's memory and to continue her life dedicated to raising and supporting her sons. Chair, are you still there?
We are listening with pleasure to your presentation.
Thank you.
Please
Thank
go
you.
on.
All right. A child of a crab walks like its mother. This proverb is a vivid and metaphorical way of expressing the idea that a child often inherits not only physical traits from their parents, but also behavioral and personality characteristics. In this case, it implies that the way a child conducts themselves or behaves can be reminiscent of their parents, just as a young crab's gait may resemble that of its mother. This proverb underlines the concept of generational influence, where children learn by observing their parents and family members. It suggests that a child is likely to imitate or adopt certain behavioral patterns, values, and mannerisms from their parents, particularly their mother, as she is often a significant influence in the child's upbringing. So in essence, a child of a crab walks like its mother highlights the profound impact of a parent's influence on their children's development and behavior, emphasizing the transition of traits and habits from one generation to the other. In every mother's eyes, no child is ugly. So this proverb is a powerful and universal expression that conveys the deep and unwavering love that mothers have for their children. It means that from a mother's perspective, her child is always beautiful and perfect, regardless of the physical imperfections and societal standards of beauty. And this means mother takes or plays a bigger role in the child's confidence or confidence. Let me put it that way. This proverb underscores the boundless and unconditional love that a mother feels for her child. It highlights the idea that a mother's love is not contingent on external appearances, but is rooted in a profound connection that goes beyond physical attributes. To a mother, her children is a source of pride and joy, and she sees them through the lens of love and affection, making their imperfections insignificant in her eyes. This proverb serves as a reminder of the unique and irreplaceable bond between a mother and her child. It emphasizes that a mother's love is nurturing, accepting, protecting, creating a safe and supportive environment for the child to grow and develop. By this, the word sohole actually means a disabled child. So even if the child is disabled, the mother still sees beauty in their child. Another one, besides, as I said, besides also being the mother, the nurturing, the responsibility of women, also it's also to take care of the family at large. And how they are portrayed in these proverbs shows how they know their power, how they protect their family at large. So, Basaudu Kita Udimisan, women are lions in miniskirts. In this proverb, women are liked significant to lions, symbolizing their strength and power within the family and society, as we know what a lion is capable of. So Basotho culture recognizes the leadership and influence that women can exert, not just as mothers, but as pillars of their communities as well. So this also extends beyond family setting into the community. Though this proverb reflects the African humanistic approach, view of women as powerful figures who protect and guide their families. Mosadi pata makuntua monna wa hae, a woman hides husband's secret. This proverb speaks to the trust and confidentiality that exists within a marriage. This is also used during the premarital counseling, where now a woman is told whatever secret whatever your man goes through, whatever, it's something that you have to bury under. You must keep that confidentiality. So it underscores the idea that a woman is not only a mother, but also a confidante and protector of her husband's innermost thoughts and secrets. The African humanistic approach values the role of women in maintaining the harmony and privacy of a family. Mosadi ke morena, a woman is a key. So this proverb carries a powerful message emphasizing the elevated status and importance of women in Basotho culture. As we know, the king has all the powers. So if a woman can be, compared or even be on the same level or with a king, then it means how powerful they are. It suggests that women hold a regal and authoritative position within the family and society. We know most of men, in fact, many powerful men, they are being advised by their women. We have seen the likes of Obama and many that hence the English proverb that says behind every man or successful man there is a very powerful, strong woman. So in the African humanistic approach, this proverb recognizes that women are not just mothers, but also leaders and makers, influencing and shaping their communities. We see that a lot nowadays. Mohlolohadi wa mosadi ha a bonahale, a widow is not recognizable. Yes, a woman can lose a husband today. The children won't see that there's a problem, in children. She'll make sure that she takes care. So this proverb appropriately acknowledges women's capability to maintain the family's well-being, even in the absence of their husband. Sagaz observes that while widows might appear to have the skill to keep their homes intact, they might struggle with meeting essential needs like clothing for themselves and their children. But that does not mean that they will never do anything. They will do anything to make sure that even though poverty may strike, but they still give their children life. A saying like this can inadvertently discourage widowed men from taking on their responsibilities, but because the focus here is on women, so that those are the ones who really play a bigger role. Most of the time you find that widowed men get married because they cannot immediately, even because they cannot deal with, struggling with their children. Very few can continue, to nurture their children, but some just opt to move on quickly because of the hardships of having to take care of their children. All right, in conclusion, Basotho proverbs provide profound insight into the Africana humanistic approach to motherhood. These proverbs celebrate the unwavering commitment and strength of women in their marriages and families. They recognize women as powerful figures who play pivotal roles in uniting and guiding their communities. The proverbs emphasize the trust and confidentiality that women maintain within their families, as well as their regal and authoritative status. Through these proverbs, we gain a deeper appreciation for the unique perspective on motherhood within Basotho culture, one that exalts the multifaceted roles and contributions of women as mothers and leaders. Thank you Obrigada. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much for this beautiful presentation, Restabile. Please stay with us because this year we have the procedure that all the three speakers of this session will present their materials and the questions and comments will be delivered afterwards. Thank you once again. Stay with us. And now I give the floor to our next presenter, Michal Kovács from Czech Republic. Michal, our good friend and participant of Tavira's Colloquium, will speak about a phraseological collection made by a priest of German origin who made a lot for discovering and translating Czech phraseological units and proverbs into Czech language. The floor is yours, Michal.
Thank you very much, Irina. So my paper is at best just a case study, though concerning an interesting personality and text, but it depends for whom he was interesting. I'm afraid I cannot make it as entertaining as Professor Karel Kučera used to do so, if you remember his papers, which were really witty. However, it might perhaps bring benefit to researchers of similar texts in similar historical and cultural context, that is, the late Enlightenment or early stage of Romanticism and the national revival in terms of the language planning. Sichra was of a German-Czech or Czech-German origin. Probably he was more German, like in terms of the language, so he knew much better German than Czech. He studied at the University of Prague, first mathematics, aesthetics, German literature, and then theology. So he was a close friend and schoolmate of the mathematician and logician Bernard Bolzano. You may maybe Rui, as a mathematician, he knows Bernard Bolzano. He became famous because of one of his theorems, which are called Bolzano's theorem, about rows of convergent numbers. Yeah. Obrigado. So his career, he was a Catholic priest in the Czech-speaking regions in eastern Bohemia and Moravia. He learned Czech from older written sources and also spoken vernaculars. And after he mastered the language, he taught also Czech to the other priests in that area. He was a Freemason. That was quite common among in that time among the Catholic priests. You may know Josef Dobrovský, the founder of the Slavic studies, who was Jesuit and also a Freemason, and probably also and he also and Sichra supported the dialogue with Lutherans, and he supported the then ecumeny. And probably his most important achievement, he was the initiator and benefactor of the renovation of the so-called Baroque Gothic pilgrimage church of St. John of Nepomuk at Zelená Hora. I will show you this, this Baroque puristic church, which was in the beginning of the 19th century about to be destroyed. But Sichra used his money and saved this church. So Sichra's writings, Sichra wrote several collections of didactic short stories. both on his own and adopted topics. So he used mainly then German and Austrian writers like Christian Felix Weiss or August Gottlieb Meissner. And he also translated mainly the dramas to Czech. My favorite story from one of those collections is Chvalitebný černokněžníček, which means laudable wizard, which main character, a Baltic German landlord called Valdemar, learns Estonian and gains a big profit from his knowledge of Estonian. So, yeah. And then Sichra also wrote a collection of didactic stories, and in the collection, each story was introduced by a proverb and its explanation. So this is something which has been quite popular in Slavic language areas, such as didactic, proverbial, and tale collections, mainly intended for Czech people. So this is the původní rozmlouvání a povídky k vysvětlení mravných českých přísloví ku prospěchu mládeži, škole odrostávající, the original discussion and story serving as illustration of moral Czech proverbs to the benefit of the youth growing of the school. And so we are coming to the main topic of my speech, that is Sichra's scientific writings. So he's better known because of his Versuch einer böhmischen Phraseologie durch kurze alphabetisch geordnete, den echten Geist der tschechischen Sprache aussprechende und der größeren Gemeinnützigkeit wegen verdeutschte Sätze vorgetragen. So let's translate it as just as an inquiry concerning Czech phraseology. So Sichra was also the first Czech scientist who used the term phraseology. Here we have the front page and the dedication. The dedication is allen Böhnern und Freunden der böhmischen Literatur ohne Rücksicht, welcher Rechtschreibung sie huldigen und daher Itisten oder Ypsilonisten sein mögen. So that means to all the benefactors and friends of the Czech literature, regardless of their orthographic preferences, may they be itists or ypsilonists. That means may they prefer iota or ypsilon in the Czech orthography. That must have been a big fight between those itists and ypsilonists. So, a basic characteristics of Sichra's work. So he made a preface to his phraseological dictionary, and he writes in that vpravdě se nám vytejká a k hanbě pokládá, že jak jenom o věcech nevšedních promluviti se pokusíme, němčina nám zhuby takřka nechutně páchá. We've been justly reproached and brought to shame for that if we try to utter anything uncommon, German is stinking out of our cake holes nearly disgustingly. And then Sichra thematizes in his preface the need for such a Versuch, but he's not actually weeping over terminological deficiency of the Czech language. He's not appealing for neologisms, for instance. But on the contrary, he's implying that Czech is sufficient, although ignored. So Sichra felt pity that he couldn't use already advertised great Czech-German dictionary, which was supposed to come out already in 1820s, a dictionary made by Josef Jungmann. But in opposite, it was Jungmann after Sichra who benefited from Sichra's Versuch, mainly regarding the phraseology, since Jungmann's great Czech-German dictionary largely includes all kinds of phraseological units, and many of those phrasemes come Jungmann loaned from Sichra's Versuch. Sichra's language of his Versuch is similarly to his didactic fiction, a mixture of high-style expressions. Sichra has learned mainly from literary works by Czech humanists from the 16th century, and low-style or everyday speech of farm workers, as Sichra himself described, including vulgarisms. And this Versuch might be also used as a source for local German proverbs from that Moravian and Eastern Bohemian area. The structure of the entries. The entries are ordered according to different patterns. So it is a heterogeneous alphabetic order. So it might be the first letter of a sentence, like is this, as in the sentence, ani za to nestojí, aby ním kdo flintu nabil, ist keinen Schutzpulver wert. Or according to the first noun, na Abrahama volati, so Abraham is the first noun, or according to the first letter of a topical word. So that's the first example, dávno tomu je, co Abrahama viděl. So the book is actually intended for continuous reading rather than for a dictionary search. And please pay attention to the abbreviation prov as Proverbium in the second paragraph. So there are about 450 units labeled as a proverbs in the book. However, as you can see, some of them are mere idioms or other phraseologisms. So the given idioms labeled here in the second paragraph as proverb are to call Abraham or to reap a schoolmaster, which both mean to vomit. Sichra uses quite often alliteration, but the alliteration is mainly in sentences invented by him. So, jak se ta sauložnice na toho studu prázdného kuběnáře sápá. Výdoch die Beischläferin den Schamlosen hurren jakel wild anfährt. How is the concubine going for the shameless warmonger? Or, pod sedadlem schována je schránka schovancova. Das Verhältnis der Pflegsohnes ist unter dem Stuhle versteckt. The word's casket is hidden under the seat. So Sichra quite often invents more and sometimes less meaningful sentences. So there are many Dadaistic, nonsensical sentences might be found in the Versuch. Or kiž by tu kurvu krkavec vzal, der Kuckuck mag das Luder holen. I wish the bitch was taken by a raven. So the alliteration is, however, an effort to collect in one sentence as many words starting with a particular letter or letters as possible. So the alliteration is not very common in Czech folk poetry, either in proverbs. How can we recognize a proverb in the Versuch? So there might be the mark prof, that is proverbium, but as I have mentioned earlier, many non-proverbs are labeled as proverbs in the Versuch. However, there are many proverbs without the mark prof as proverbium. So we may know the proverb from elsewhere also, or Sichra edit a German proverbial parallel or equivalent to the Czech proverb. Za krále holon, když byla zagrešly ovce. This is, however, probably not the proverb proper. Damals wie der große Wind war, under the reign of the king of, probably Holon, when a sheep coasted a thinker's dam. So literally the coin Gresche, a small coin. And Sichra sometimes reveals in an explanation the otherwise hidden metaphorical, metonymical meaning. For instance, nebeř sobě matku s dcerou, sicti obě hlavu s derou. Wo die Eltern mit dem Winden Brautleuten beisammen wohnen, da pflegt selten Eintracht zu sein. So do not marry a mother with her daughter, otherwise both of them will tear off your head. The German explanation, when the parents live together with the newlyweds, there is seldom any concord amongst them. So here you may pay attention to the gender distribution in the Czech original and its German explanation. So there are die Eltern, die Brautleute. So the advice in the Czech proverb is intended to the prospective groom only, not genderless. Sichra also brings together many variants of one proverb or saying. For instance, daleko se poniti klubka doptávají, poniti se klubka doptáš, kdo se chce klubka doptati, táhni se poniti. They inquire the thread far above the ball. You succeed in finding the ball by asking the thread. Who wishes to inquire about the ball must follow the thread. And Sichra also is often aware of a classical origin of some proverbs and puts the classical source to his entry. Like darmo jest proti vodě plovati, quis contra torrentem. So it is useless to swim against the stream, typical Czech morality. And I've also put this, the last example on this slide. Vždy si za výstrahu berto, experto crede ruperto, not because of the rhyme, but always keep in mind as a warning, experto crede ruperto, but as an example that Sichra didn't collect it only proverbs from the peasants or farmers, but also as this proverb, which is obviously taken from a Vita Scholastica. So he probably learned during his university studies. And this experto crede ruperto, it means I had to search for the meaning. So it means believe the one who has gone through, so who has experienced the same. And it can be traced to an origin that was a treatise on psychiatry from the 17th century called The Anatomy of Melancholy, of course, so a Baroque time. And rhyme in Proverbs. Chudoba cti netratí, polipte nás v kapsu bohatí. Poverty is not the wise, plant a kiss on our pocket, the rich. Lidé všichni v každou chvíli pokojně by živi byli, kdyby těch dvou slov nebylo, mého tvého se chybilo. All the people in any time would peacefully live if only the two words, mine and yours, did not exist. Mladého raka starý rak trestal, proč leze znak, neukázal mu lépe jak, i lezou podnes oba tak. The old crayfish punished the young crayfish, for it has crawled backwards. It has not shown how to do better, therefore they both keep crawling that way until today. Or zlý havran, zlé vejce, zlý strom, zlé ovoce, a bad rook, a bad egg, a bad, not bad tree, a bad fruit. So, and it rhyme again, as the alliteration is not very common feature in Czech proverbs either. There are several sayings or proverbs with enumeration, so kind of those B or three or more nominal sayings about Mašlína had her talk some days ago. Jsou mol v drahém rauše, živá ryba na suše, vlk mezi kozami, žák mezi panami, kozel v zahradě, Němec v České radě. Můž tomu každý rozuměti, že ty věci nemohou bez škody býti. A moth in a costly robe, a living fish on dry land, a wolf amongst goats, a student amongst virgins, a goat in a garden, a German in a Czech council. Anyone may understand that such constellations can stay undamaged. Or z kancena starořezaného, z žida křtěného, z vlka doma chovaného, mnicha z kláštera vypuštěného, přítele třikrát miřeného, řidka z toho bývá co dobrého. From an old boar, a baptized Jew, a homebred wolf, a monk dismissed from a monastery, a 3 times reconciled friend, seldom any good may emerge. And ořech tvrdý zub červivý, mladá žena kmet šedivý, toho spolku radím se střež, věc nejlepší je strovná spřež. A hard nut plus an aching fog, a young woman plus a grey old man. You better avoid them, the best is to have a balanced horse team. And just a few examples of unknown or specific meaning, or with proverbs with specific meaning or specific motivation, or just the witty cases. I také Homer časem zdřívámal a pochybil. Vielen ist, not is menschlich. Homer also used to slumber and made a mistake, or that is to err is human. Stenka kakati budeš, až zavadíš o své. Es wird bei dir knapp zu gehen, bis du eigene Wirtschaft führen wirst. You will shit from thin before you go freelance. So that's the base. The motivation is based on a causality between the measure of eating or food and the measure of excrement. And my favorite, Kantorův synek jest katova pšenice, der Sohn des Schullehrers ist ein Erzschelm. The schoolmaster's son is the executor's wheat. And the last slide. Sichra's phraseological work is still part of the so-called philological stage of the Czech National Revival, focused on language recording and creating practical tools for a language acquisition. Sichra bridges the older humanist cultural Czech and the then vernacular spoken in the countryside. The choice of phraseology was perhaps motivated by the vulnerability of this language sphere, so including verbal, for instance, Valency's idioms, phrases, and proverbs, are susceptible to be replaced within a process of language convergence. The way Sichra made his Versuch mirrors the hybrid of high and low style language and is intended for attraction of mainly peasants to the Czech language. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Michal, for this interesting presentation. Please take place here on the podium. And now I will introduce the last participant of this morning session, Isabel Marzano. Isabel? Yes. Please come here. She will bring us in a different word of Taoism, explaining the meaning of yin and yang on the example of 2 single proverbs. The floor is yours, Isabel.
Hello, dear all. I'm so glad to be here with you, and I'm very honored also for bringing you some of my thoughts about paradox in Proverbs. I'd like to give my thanks to Rui and Marinella Soares for the kind invitation to come and share with you some of my thoughts and ideas that are going to be explored. My congratulations also to the authors of the Euro-Asian Proverbs and the European Proverbs. I think that what I saw from you from all the week is really hard work, and I've been very, very, very happy about this group. We all need to go on, and I also will go further, and we need to share some more results and of our findings on the next years. So I will try to be not very boring, and after 1 week of works, I saw in some presentations that you already had some information that I will be share with you, and so I will not go very further on some ideas and definitions like cultures, and because, for instance, Nargiz Abduleva, she already spoke about gears and Taylor's approach and definitions. So let's go on. The yin and yang of Portuguese proverbs. So that was a thought that that was passing by my mind, and I will tell why. The structure. So I will have the objetivos. I'm sorry for the Portuguese ones. Desculpem os portugueses. Eu tentei fazer todos os slides em inglês e em português, mas às tantas, quando via já muito texto, tornava-se difícil. Eu tentarei, como não sei quantas pessoas portuguesas aqui estão, tentarei de algum modo fazer-vos um acompanhamento. So, after all, the methodology that we had and the development of our ideas, and after that, summarizing, presenting some conclusions, and of course, thinking further and trying to go on. I'm sorry, but I need water like the fishes, and that's a break in the beginning. So this communication, as the title said, is going to analyze 2 of the Portuguese proverbs, and that are paradoxical on the ideas and the meanings. One person that is going to look for one and then knows about the other may be a little confused on that, especially the young people. So we will speak about this, and the presentation will have. I will show with you not only the findings, but also what was my problem with the development. So we were looking, and the study, as we know, the study in social sciences is going further for a long time, so we know already a lot from linguistics. We know a lot from anthropology, from sociology, and semiotics, and it's going on. So also on communication studies, the proverbs are being quite interesting to be explored. As I said before, I will not go on the definitions about culture, but we know that the proverbs are in cultures and they may be shared or not in different contexts, like different nations from around the world. Nevertheless, the culture, we may say that has a lot of components, and it's really very hard to have only one definition who shares for everybody. Nevertheless, we may have a spotlight, like knowing that it's a complex system, it impacts on our lives. We are in our culture, then we share values, we share laws or customs, social practice, knowledge, art, and going on, beliefs also. So, like I was saying, in the worldwide, some of the proverbs may be shared, and I will show it also in concerning the two proverbs which are opposites. But I defend that they must be explored more than with a complementarity of them, more than opposites, and that's why I was going on with the problem of yin and yang and paradoxes. So, just a little conclusion or summarizing what has been said until now of all the colloque. So, the proverbs, they in fact are older sayings, and they are inside culture. They have an impact very important in our lives because they are a synthesis of our culture from the older ones. They have, especially in Portuguese, they have a rhythmic elegance and a rhyme which is amazing, and they may have also a transcultural dimension. So, the notion of duality, coming now to the paradox, is that the duality is a problem of every world and of the understanding of our world. O paradoxo, a base do pensamento e da ligação em termos do paradoxo à sua ligação ao problema que estamos a falar, tem a ver com a questão da dualidade. O paradoxo é a dualidade de um mundo que existe. E nesse mundo existem opostos. Mas esses opostos complementam-se. Normalmente os paradoxos são vistos mais, ou só, diria eu, como contradição e não tanto como complementaridade. So, we have where do you come from, the yin and yang? Please say that you never heard about these two words, yin and yang, and that you never saw this kind of symbol. 1, 2, 3, 4. Quem é que nunca ouviu falar do yin e yang, nunca viu este símbolo yin and yang? Todos vimos, não é? We all know about this. So,
but I don't have a lot of knowledge about it. I've seen this symbol, but
yes, that's where I was going to arrive. Yes, we all know about this. I know a bit more because I used to practice Tai Chi Chuan. And Tai Chi Chuan, it used to be a martial art. And after that became to be used as, in the West, we may say a gymnastic, a very soft gymnastic. But it isn't. But it isn't. So, about the symbol, the yin and yang symbol. So, we are in Chinese system, okay? And not only in Chinese, but also in other countries of the East. And the image, you see, consists of an harmonized and proportional situation that you have the white, a part of white, a part of black, and inside of one of them you have another small point, which is the opposite. So when we look to some information about this, we may see that the first character means, for instance, may contain a circle, may be linked to the masculine world, to the black, or to the masculine, more linked to the sun, if we are looking to the atmospheric of the weather or the seasons. So they look like this. And the moon is linked to the feminine, the negative and the electric charges. So, but what is the main idea behind all of these opposites is that they both interact. And they both interact because they have a possibility of changing to the other side. So the white always has the black inside, and the black always has the black inside, the white inside. So they may change. And the problem here is the balance. How can we get the balance? So, aqui tem precisamente em inglês pequeno slide relativamente às oposições, não é? De um lado o preto, do outro lado o branco, e todas as características que a ele se referem, como opostos. Mas como eu estava a dizer há pouco, em inglês, o problema central e que está por detrás de toda esta construção de opostos é que o mais importante é tentarmos encontrar o equilíbrio. Nem ser completamente preto, nem ser completamente branco, e ter a percepção, ter a noção, ter a consciência, to have the awareness that we may change. And we may change nowadays in a world where we have wars and wars. So it's a very important question. Portanto, podermos mudar no sentido do equilíbrio num mundo onde estamos atualmente com guerras fortíssimas a acontecer é um tópico muito importante. So, the movement is there, okay? So, the two Proverbs. Em português, os dois provérbios são: quem espera sempre alcança. Temos então aqui o lado positivo e o lado negativo, que é um outro provérbio: quem espera, desespera. Em inglês, in English, we have also he who achieves, he who waits always achieves, no, more, I'm sorry, and on the other side, he who waits despairs. I don't know if in other languages I didn't explore this information, if you may have perhaps also this kind of, in the same language, the opposites in two proverbs. So, as we may think, he who waits always achieves. It means that to be patient, so if you are patient, if you work, then you will have a recognition, and you will get your objectives. But you have also another perspective, which is if you always are waiting, then if you do nothing to go on, so maybe nothing happens, and then you will achieve nothing. Portanto, podemos ter então aqui os dois opostos, que é, por um lado, é mau estarmos à espera de acontecer algo, não fazemos nada para que as coisas mudem e, portanto, não colhemos frutos. Por outro lado, no caso positivo, quem espera sempre alcança. Quer dizer que devemos manter a esperança. He who waits always achieves. Also remind us some Greek histories like the Pandora's box. Remember. Sorry. So, in conclusions, in my perspective, I think that paradoxes can encourage critical thinking and problem solving, making the important learning in the 20th century societies. Educational training systems and citizenship can benefit from the debate on paradoxes in adage, and I think that it's a source of understanding of the reality in search of balance. The complexity of people's lives and cultures demands a refreshment of methods to learn and to act with balance. E, portanto, em conclusão, em meu entender, os paradoxos podem encorajar a resolução de problemas no contexto educativo e numa sociedade onde há cada vez mais complexidade ao nível daquilo que é exigido no que respeita aos desempenhos da sociedade do século XXI, as sociedades do século XXI. Pensamos também que os sistemas de educação e de formação, e bem como as nossas práticas enquanto cidadãos, podem beneficiar do debate sobre os paradoxos e sobre a busca de equilíbrio. Pensamos também que os paradoxos vistos numa perspectiva de complementaridade podem permitir-nos uma melhor compreensão da realidade e de nós próprios, nomeadamente dos nossos fracassos e dos nossos sucessos. Além disso, num contexto global onde existem desafios muito grandes e dificuldades no lidar com os problemas não só do dia-a-dia e que cada um tem na relação com o mundo e dentro de si próprio, pensamos que esses problemas e as culturas que se vivem e os conflitos existentes no que respeita às diferentes modos sociohistóricos de estar na vida e que levam à ocorrência de guerras, poderão ajudar-nos para que haja uma nova abordagem no sentido de procurarmos o equilíbrio e o respeito pelos outros. Summarizing, I may say that paradoxical proverbs are more complementary than opposites. And that's the key of using them as a tool for learning as citizenships and as citizens and as learners in schools or in training centers. We suggest its complementarity and its importance to go on and further in a project that we may go structuring in better now of action research in schools and training. I'm sorry, I'm thinking sometimes in Portuguese to say it in Portuguese. Portanto, a nossa perspectiva foi muito enriquecedora, esta exploração que fizemos até agora, e pretendemos avançar com um projeto de investigação-ação que nos permita aprofundar resultados do ponto de vista prático e que ainda iremos desenhar. Portanto, this implies that we need some not only social support but also financial support, and we will do the research and action in schools and universities, and I think that we will have in 2 years some more results about this. So we will go on fishing. Thank you so much, and have a very good day.
Very much, Isabel. Thank you. So we have some 10 minutes left before the lunch break. I didn't want to interrupt the presenters due to very interesting presentations. This is a time to put on the questions or to make some comments. I don't know whether Isabel is with us from South Africa. Okay, you are here, Isabel. Somebody? May I make my comments at the very beginning? Very impressed about all the presentations, Isabel. I would be happy to have your presentation if it is possible, because I loved it. I don't know how can I again. You maybe I send you an email and we'll keep in touch, because all the proverbs you mentioned and the whole idea of role of the women in the Basotho society, I loved it. Miha, it was very interesting to hear about the work of our predecessors who started the work we are doing now, and so it was very important it is a very important part for us to know how it started, the whole procedure of merology, perimography. And Isabel, I think searching for the proverbs, I took note of some proverbs that came into my mind. There is so many paradoxes in the proverbs that I think you will be successful in finding those when looking into different languages, different dictionaries. And now, floor is open for questions, comments. Lisa, the floor is yours.
I'm sorry I couldn't be here present at the last minutes, but Tai Chi uses yin and yang, and in Finnish we have, maybe it came already up, a proverb that is really saying the same. Ei niin paljon pahaa, ettei jotakin hyvää. There is not so much bad that it wouldn't include something good. And it can be used also vice versa. Ei niin paljon hyvää, ettei jotakin pahaa. not so much good, and that it wouldn't be something bad. And yeah, there where I do Tai Chi, they loved to hear that we have also in Finnish the same idea. Thank you.
We also have such a proverb in Russian. I think we do not go far away to Taoism and faraway cultures, because I guess there are many languages which convey the same message. Thank you. Somebody else? Questions, comments? Outi?
Thank you for all of. I noticed in Retta Bella's presentation one proverb, this: a woman hides her husband's secrets. It was like that. Yeah, because I am more accustomed to this kind of opposite way, that maybe in Western cultures is like that. If you say something to your wife, she will tell it around the village. So it is funny that you have this kind of.
Would you like to comment this?
Yeah, I think this one it's just deeper than even if something happens to your husband. It goes as much as in your private life. If your husband has problems, you can't be telling people that we sleep and wake up every night without anything happening. So that's what it means.
I agree with this Basotho proverb, because I guess in Russian and also in Hungarian there are proverbs saying that a lot of things can be covered by the women's, clothes, and another saying that it's not good to take the waste away from the house and so on. So there are similar proverbs.
Yeah, airing your dirty laundry, yeah.
Other questions, comments? Please, James.
Yeah, I have a question for Michal, if I can ask.
Okay, sorry.
How do you explain that some languages prefer alliteration in the poetry and proverbs, and some languages like Czech, they don't use alliteration at all, or just very rarely? Thank you.
I can't.
Well, thanks very much. My question will go to Retta Bille. Well, we come from the same area, and at least she knows what I'm coming up with. Notwithstanding that you've given all these positivities on women, do you mean to tell me that there isn't anything positive that comes onto men when it comes to Sotho Proverbs? Please, at least make some of us smile by telling us some of the positivities that come on when it comes to these proverbs in your little mountain kingdom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In actual fact, Basotho are a patriarchal society. So 90% of Basotho proverbs, if I may put it that way, are positive. They are about men. But I feel like all these proverbs that I've been mentioning as well, they are also in favor of men. If you can see that, how a woman must behave and protecting the family, that's including men. So there's a lot that, talks about men that are very positive. But because right now, and there's a lot that's, that are negative about women. So I wanted to focus at least those that are showing, that womanhood and the importance of a woman. But there's plenty of them. Maybe my next presentation next year, I'll be talking about all those positive proverbs about men. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? If not, Then we'll proceed to the delivery of the diplomas. Retta, by whom I should to give your certificate?
The one who just asked the question, Charles, will do the honors.
Charles, okay.
ontem ouvi a galeta vira é um máximo, os animadores também, a piscina, os quartos, tudo.
A localização de facto é muito central, facilita-me a acessibilidade quer para a Ilha de Tavira, quer para o centro da cidade.
There was a children's club, so if the children are happy, I'm happy.
Because the kids club's got good entertainment and it's lots of fun and the people are really nice.
Gosto da disponibilidade das pessoas que cá trabalham, estão sempre disponíveis para ajudar-nos e estão sempre aqui para nós. Qualquer problema que nós tenhamos, eles estão lá sempre.
Casa. E isso é uma sensação que não há dinheiro nenhum no mundo que pague.
John doesn't want to go home. He's hoping he can stay for another few days.
Vou ter saudades da cidade, vou ter saudades da piscina, da comida também, que é muito boa aqui.
Recomendo todas as pessoas a virem aqui.
Quando viajamos, queremos trazer mais do que aquilo que levamos. E para isso apuramos os nossos sentidos. Vemos outras paisagens. Sorrisos diferentes. História. Experimentamos novos sabores. Os tradicionais em cada local. Percebendo a sua origem. Cheiramos outras essências. As que nos fazem sentir bem. Ouvimos sons que nem sempre fazem parte da nossa rotina. Sentimos-nos mais próximos de quem mais gostamos. Dê sentido à sua vida. Vila Galé, sempre perto de si.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Até ouvir a galeta vira é um máximo, os animadores também, a piscina, os quartos, tudo.
A localização de facto é muito central, facilita-me a acessibilidade quer para a Ilha de Tavira, quer para o centro da cidade.
There was a children's club, so if the children are happy, I'm happy.
Because the kids club's got good entertainment and it's lots of fun and the people are really nice.
Gosto da disponibilidade das pessoas que cá trabalham, estão sempre disponíveis para ajudar-nos e estão sempre aqui para nós. Qualquer problema que nós tenhamos, eles estão lá sempre.
casa. E isso é uma sensação que não há dinheiro nenhum no mundo que pague.
John doesn't want to go home. He's hoping he can stay for another few days.
Vou ter saudades da cidade, vou ter saudades da piscina, da comida também, que é muito boa aqui.
Recomendo todas as pessoas a virem aqui.
Quando viajamos, queremos trazer mais do que aquilo que levamos. E para isso apuramos os nossos sentidos. Vemos outras paisagens. Sorrisos diferentes. História. Experimentamos novos sabores. Os tradicionais em cada local. Percebendo a sua origem. Cheiramos outras essências. As que nos fazem sentir bem. Ouvimos sons que nem sempre fazem parte da nossa rotina. Sentimos-nos mais próximos de quem mais gostamos. Dê sentido à sua vida. Vila Galé, sempre perto de si.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Até ouvir a galera Tavira é o máximo, os animadores também, a piscina, os quartos, tudo.
A localização de facto é muito central, facilita-me a acessibilidade quer para a Ilha de Tavira, quer para o centro da cidade.
There was a children's club, so if the children are happy, I'm happy.
Because the kids club's got good entertainment and it's lots of fun and the people are really nice.
Gosto da disponibilidade das pessoas que cá trabalham, estão sempre disponíveis para ajudar-nos e estão sempre aqui para nós. Qualquer problema que nós tenhamos, eles estão lá sempre.
Sinto-me em casa. casa. E isso é uma sensação que não há dinheiro nenhum no mundo que pague.
John doesn't want to go home. He's hoping he can stay for another few days.
Vou ter saudades da cidade, vou ter saudades da piscina, da comida também, que é muito boa aqui.
Recomendo todas as pessoas a virem aqui.
Quando viajamos, queremos trazer mais do que aquilo que levamos. E para isso apuramos os nossos sentidos. Vemos outras paisagens. Sorrisos diferentes. História. Experimentamos novos sabores. Os tradicionais em cada local. Percebendo a sua origem. Cheiramos outras essências. As que nos fazem sentir bem. Ouvimos sons que nem sempre fazem parte da nossa rotina. Sentimos-nos mais próximos de quem mais gostamos. Dê sentido à sua vida. Vila Galé, sempre perto de si.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Até ouvir a galera Tavira é o máximo, os animadores também, a piscina, os quartos, tudo.
A localização de facto é muito central, facilita-me a acessibilidade quer para a Ilha de Tavira, quer para o centro da cidade.
There was a children's club, so if the children are happy, I'm happy.
Because the kids club's got good entertainment and it's lots of fun and the people are really nice.
Gosto da disponibilidade das pessoas que cá trabalham, estão sempre disponíveis para ajudar-nos e estão sempre aqui para nós. Qualquer problema que nós tenhamos, eles estão lá sempre.
casa. E isso é uma sensação que não há dinheiro nenhum no mundo que pague.
John doesn't want to go home. He's hoping he can stay for another few days.
Vou ter saudades da cidade, vou ter saudades da piscina, da comida também, que é muito boa aqui.
Recomendo todas as pessoas a virem aqui.
Quando viajamos, queremos trazer mais do que aquilo que levamos. E para isso apuramos os nossos sentidos. Vemos outras paisagens. Sorrisos diferentes. História. Experimentamos novos sabores. Os tradicionais em cada local. Percebendo a sua origem. Cheiramos outras essências. As que nos fazem sentir bem. Ouvimos sons que nem sempre fazem parte da nossa rotina. Sentimos-nos mais próximos de quem mais gostamos. Dê sentido à sua vida. Vila Galé, sempre perto de si.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Até ouvir a galera Tavira é o máximo, os animadores também, a piscina, os quartos, tudo.
A localização de facto é muito central, facilita-me a acessibilidade quer para a Ilha de Tavira, quer para o centro da cidade.
There was a children's club, so if the children are happy, I'm happy.
Because the kids club's got good entertainment and it's lots of fun and the people are really nice.
Gosto da disponibilidade das pessoas que cá trabalham, estão sempre disponíveis para ajudar-nos e estão sempre aqui para nós. Qualquer problema que nós tenhamos, eles estão lá sempre.
Sinto-me em casa. casa. E isso é uma sensação que não há dinheiro nenhum no mundo que pague.
John doesn't want to go home. He's hoping he can stay for another few days.
Vou ter saudades da cidade, vou ter saudades da piscina, da comida também, que é muito boa aqui.
Recomendo todas as pessoas a virem aqui.
Quando viajamos, queremos trazer mais do que aquilo que levamos. E para isso apuramos os nossos sentidos. Vemos outras paisagens. Sorrisos diferentes. História. Experimentamos novos sabores. Os tradicionais em cada local. Percebendo a sua origem. Cheiramos outras essências. As que nos fazem sentir bem. Ouvimos sons que nem sempre fazem parte da nossa rotina. Sentimos-nos mais próximos de quem mais gostamos. Dê sentido à sua vida. Vila Galé, sempre perto de si.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Até ouvir a galeta vira é um máximo, os animadores também, a piscina, os quartos, tudo.
A localização de facto é muito central, facilita-me a acessibilidade quer para a Ilha de Tavira, quer para o centro da cidade.
There was a children's club, so if the children are happy, I'm happy.
Because the kids club's got good entertainment and it's lots of fun and the people are really nice.
Gosto da disponibilidade das pessoas que cá trabalham, estão sempre disponíveis para ajudar-nos e estão sempre aqui para nós. Qualquer problema que nós tenhamos, eles estão lá sempre.
Sinto-me em casa. casa. E isso é uma sensação que não há dinheiro nenhum no mundo que pague.
John doesn't want to go home. He's hoping he can stay for another few days.
Vou ter saudades da cidade, vou ter saudades da piscina, da comida também, que é muito boa aqui.
Recomendo todas as pessoas a virem aqui.
Quando viajamos, queremos trazer mais do que aquilo que levamos. E para isso apuramos os nossos sentidos. Vemos outras paisagens. Sorrisos diferentes. História. Experimentamos novos sabores. Os tradicionais em cada local. Percebendo a sua origem. Cheiramos outras essências. As que nos fazem sentir bem. Ouvimos sons que nem sempre fazem parte da nossa rotina. Sentimos-nos mais próximos de quem mais gostamos. Dê sentido à sua vida. Vila Galé, sempre perto de si.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Friday afternoon session. We have 3 wonderful papers ahead of us, so please sit down and get ready to listen to our first speaker, Piret Volait, who does not need much introduction. She's a frequent visitor here, the director of the Estonian Literary Museum and a specialist in comparative folklore, riddles, and also graffiti, and much more. So today speaking about wolf and sheep, and we are very happy to have you.
Thank you for this introduction. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to our organizers of this colloquium, Rui and Marinela, and they are making very, very nice work continuously. Already 17th colloquium it is. So in my paper, I will provide an overview of Proverbs featuring the wolf and the sheep as a pair of opposites, delving into the symbolism and semantics associated with these 2 animals in Estonian Proverbs. It is commonly known that animals appear as popular characters in a significant number of Proverbs. In the year of 2000, famous Estonian paremiologist, my mentor Arvo Krikman, recognized paremiologist, published an article in English where he has analyzed Proverbs related to animal identity. He is arguing that irrespective of regional variations, the top 3 group of equally favorite animals includes the dog, the horse, and cattle, cow or ox. The former representing the earliest domesticated animal, and the 2 latter major domestic animals. Following the 3 are hen and rooster, wolf, swine, cat, and sheep or ram, whether. These 8 most favorite animals appear in nearly half of all the instances where zoological terms are used. So today I am concentrating on the opposition of wolf and sheep, which are in this top 8. So I will focus on analyzing a specific segment of the Estonian material. Yesterday already Risto Järv showed our academic volumes in slides. The older Estonian material used in my paper comes from the fundamental publication of Estonian Proverbs, the 5-volume academic anthology Estonian Proverbs, which is containing 15,140 proverb types, and was published in the series Monumenta Estonia Antiqua, which was published from 1980 until 1988, and which is also accessible from the online database Proverbs. The volumes are based on the proverb corpus of the Estonian Folklore Archives, approximately 160,000 units we have, and consist of material collected from the second half of the 19th century up to the 1960s in different ways. They were recorded by folklorists who collected them on oral questionnaires during fieldwork, but they were also sent by correspondence as well as by means of published calls for folklore material in newspapers. In addition, the published material was also included in academic publications. And newer Estonian comparative material was taken from proverb files of the academic archives of the Department of Folkloristics at the Estonian Literary Museum, which also contain material retrieved from the internet, such as social media, advertisements, photos from urban places, etc. And about today's topic, wolves and sheep, as binary opposites, have been proactive in the proverbs of different nations. Our colleague Liina Maria Marquez Soares has written in 2013 how wolves and sheep have been presented in legends and proverbs. It was published in 2013 in the Proceedings. And wolf and sheep appear as characters in a significant number of Estonian proverbs. In the academic edition, Estonian proverbs, hunt or wolf, or its dialectical equivalent, susi, features in more than 200 proverb types of different semantic content. And about 200 wolves live in Estonian nature. In 2018, a wolf was selected to be Estonian national mammal also, and the wolf is one of the most popular animals in Estonian folklore. And I would say also in our nature, more than 500 names or euphemisms and numerous spells, incantations and folk tales have been written about him. The wolf as a symbolic species contributes to the appreciation of wild and untouched natural landscapes, as the wolf is one of the indicator species of a complete ecosystem. And it was stated that the wolf symbolizes Estonia and Estonians. Well, it is a tenacious and intelligent survivor who defends his family. In academic publication, we can find more than 200 different proverb types with wolf. And you can see here in slide the most popular, which is the wolf sheds far, but not the tune, almost 200 variants, 190 variants in the publication. Kus hunti kõneldakse, seal hunt on, where you talk about a wolf, there is a wolf. Also 190 variants, or don't feed the dog when the wolf is in the herd, or a wolf doesn't kill a wolf. The wolf forgets, the dog remembers. The brave wolf's chest is fat, and this is very interesting proverb. It is extremely popular in contemporary among Estonian proverbs, but we can't find it in the academic publication. And it might be a problem of collecting, or it is also quite recent proverb from Soviet times. And about sheep, lammas in Estonian, and ram, oinas. The sheep is not alone in Estonian cultural historical landscape, but as a key to a larger ecosystem again. Wolf and sheep are herd animals. Both sheep also have the characteristic of always following the herd, and as a result it is quite common for sheep to either fall into a hole or run down gates together. The most common stereotype speaks of the sheep as a stupid animal. Generally, the wolf is active and aggressive. The sheep is submissive. And sheep are common sacrificial animals since ancient cultures. And as such, they are repeatedly described also in Bible, which is where the term comes from. Scapegoat, someone who is sacrificed or punished for someone else's sins. At the same time, they are associated with a pastoral idyll note. And sheep we can find in more than 100 Estonian proverbs. Proverb types most popular are here. A lot of good sheep can fit into one barn. 120 variants according to academic publication. The wolf still takes the counted sheep, or cleaning the corner of the oven, sharing a sheep's neck, wiping a child's ass, are said to be the worst jobs in the world. Again, quite popular Estonian proverb. One lamb is crying, all are wanting. Or a sheep eats a load of hay through a hole in the auger in winter. Or one scabby sheep will scab the whole flock. And also plant cabbage so that the sheep with 2 lambs can sleep between the cabbages. Or this sheep must be shared who was wool. Again, here sheep is useful for get wool, or the time will come, the sheep will be slaughtered, a good girl will be married, or a careless man horses, a lazy woman sheep. Or let the wolves eat, let the sheep be healthy. And this wolves eaten and sheep healthy, we hear and use the saying today very oftenly. It is internationally very popular saying, and basically still in those situations where in a collision between 2 parties a solution is found that both parties are satisfied with. Maybe no one was wronged. Human relationships are known to be complicated, and reaching a compromise with different views and worldviews. It means building a church in the middle of a village often requires real cunning and wisdom. And it is worth and interesting to see also how people have explained the use of this phrase of or proverbial saying. What have the folklore collectors said themselves? And this context descriptions are from 1960s and 1970s. You can see here wolves eaten and sheep healthy. Dogs want to eat sheep. Now you have to adjust and make sure that both are satisfied. It's one wiggle and twist. The honorary driver of the kolkhoz was drunk. His driver's license was taken away, but he also had a tractor driver's license and still continues to work at the kolkhoz, still on the machine. Although he does not drive a car, he drives a tractor in the field. Or the wolves have eaten, but the sheep are healthy. This was said in the case of Provérbios. Or liberalization. This is a twisted person who can get away with eating the wolves and leaving the sheep. It's like that evil people get their share but no one is given as a victim. Or last one, our chairman knew how to live like this, so make sure that the wolves have eaten, the sheep are healthy. Or it must be said that there are even more sayings about dexterity, paradoxes among Estonian proverbs. We can see, for example, boil porridge, cook bread, but leave the floor, or wash the coat, but don't get it wet, or rabbits are fed and the cabbages are still on the field. People are smart, and in life you have to find a solution to every situation, and still so that the wolves are eaten and the sheep are healthy. And the saying, the wolves have eaten but the sheep are healthy, is also known in other phenogric languages, in Karelian, Vadja, and Livonian languages. In the Russian language and among other Slavic nations, there is a common saying, "I volki sыты, I ovцы целы." The Russians have a legend according to which in the 19th century, shepherds who grazed the landowner sheep in the summer lied about the number of sheep being smaller than it actually was. The shepherds knew that during the summer so many lambs among the flock would fall prey to the wolf. However, when they returned with a flock of sheep in the fall, the landowners were satisfied because there were the same number of sheep, or even more than those born in the meantime. Everyone was happy, and the wolves were definitely the happiest. And here is also relevant to mention a popular contemporary saying, democracy is two wolves and lamb voting on what to have for lunch. Liberty is a well-armed lamb contesting the vote. And it is said that the quote belongs to Benjamin Franklin. But in our folklore, this opposition of wolves and sheep exists directly or allegorically in huge variants. Some of them came into circulation through the Bible, where there are several metaphors opposing wolves and sheep. A very common saying today is a wolf in sheep's clothing, and it is an idiom from Jesus' sermon on the Mount as narrated in the Gospel of Matthew. It has a huge international folklore turnover. It is said about a person who hides his evil intentions. And in the English-speaking world, there is also a well-known saying, act like a sheep and the wolves will eat you. Or make yourself a sheep and the wolves will eat you. Recently, the opposite saying can also be found in the media, a sheep in wolf's skin, which expresses that someone or something can be very soft on the inside and tough and strong on the outside. For example, we come across powerful cars in car advertising. They are very beautiful and soft in nature, but at the same time strong and fast and tough as well. Or in the name, we can meet it in the name of the beer company. Beer itself is a soft but a strong drink. Or also here is a Soviet-era handmade weapon, which is also called a sheep in wolf skin. And my today's topic is also related to the functioning on the plot of a fixed tail type 1579 of the Arne Thompson Uther tale type register entitled Taking the Wolf and the Goat and the Cabbage Across the River may occur in both narrative form and in question and answer riddle form. In Estonian folklore, this plot is functioning generally as a riddle known from the tradition of many peoples about a man who has to carry a wolf, a sheep or goat, and a cabbage across the river. And the catch is that the man has a boat that can fit only the companion besides him. A man must act in such a way that while he himself is on the river in a boat, the wolf does not eat the sheep or the cabbage. The objects are a wolf, a lion, and a shackle in the folklore of different people. A sheep, a goat, a ram, a buck, or a rabbit, and a cabbage. Also a haystack or a pumpkin in some peoples, together forming a food chain. And the problem has two solutions. First, the man carries the goat across the river, then carries the wolf across the river and brings back the goat. Or secondly, the man carries the goat across the river, then carries the cabbage across and brings back the goat. He leads the wolf across the river and finally comes after the goat or sheep. And we can also see some jokes with Proverbs. For example, the teacher asks the class, what do you think, children? What does the expression, the wolves have eaten and the sheep are healthy, mean? And little Johnny raises his hand and answers, this is when the wolves ate the shepherd and the dog. Or also some modern proverbs we can meet. The wolves have eaten and sheep are healthy, but an eternal memory for shepherd. Or the sheep was afraid of the wolf all its life, but in the end it was eaten by the shepherd. So, and in conclusion, thus the wolf and the sheep are popular animals in Proverbs, which figure as metaphorical characters on their own, but in about 20 Estonian Proverbs, they are found in pairs. They act mainly on the basis of danger as opposites, the relationship between the killer and the victim. The eater and the eaten in the Proverbs is also characterized by, for example, the opposite pair of a cat and a mouse. And in Proverbs, we see pendling between anthropomorphism and zoomorphism, the attribution of human qualities to other creatures, in this case particularly the wolf and the sheep. And trying to find the meaning of a specific proverb text, we can pay attention to the contextual parameters. So thank you for your attention. Obrigada.
Thank you very much, Piret. Great, and we'll leave the discussion for the end. So our next speaker is Jakub Kozák from the Charles University in Prague. He's a medieval Latinist, also a linguist. He knows many languages and is interested in reception of classics in the Middle Ages, mnemonics, medieval schools, and much more.
Hello, bom dia. Thank you for the kind introduction. And in my presentation, I would like to introduce a newly described and found collection of proverbs in Latin from the High Middle Ages from Bohemia. But in the beginning of my presentation, I would like to state some general context of Latin proverbs in the Middle Ages and then consider the peculiarities of this collection I'll be talking about. When we look at the proverbs, Latin proverbs in the Middle Ages, we find out that many features defining proverbs in general are not actually present here. Considering Latin proverbs, we cannot really talk about the roots of them in the folk tradition in really many cases, both due to the language used and which was like the language of literary educated elites, and with this connected dependency of the proverbs on the literary tradition. And also the aspect of range and spread of the Latin proverbs is quite problematic, as we cannot assume that they were present and known outside the Latin educated elite. On the other hand, what defines the Latin proverbs of the Middle Ages more closely is their didactic functions, which is of course quite vague and fuzzy reasoning, an umbrella term, but we are pretty sure that the proverbs were actually used at the Latin schools for the teaching of the Latin language, and with this aspect is connected also the prevalent morality of many of the proverbs. Another distinctive feature of the proverbs in the Middle Ages, especially of the Latin ones, is their metrical forms. The most common is leonine hexameter, so the metric hexameter with the inner rhymes, or homoteleuton, as we can see here. This one example is taken from the collection of Middle Latin proverbs from Hans Walter, from the really extensive 6-volume book. Of more than tens of thousands of proverbs. Just one remark: the translations I will be using in the presentation, I deliberately use just verbatim translations, not having sought after their English equivalents, although there might and there surely are some, not to draw any dubious links between Latin and vernacular proverbs where there are no or there might be no. The collection introduced, however, does not consist of these hexametric metrical proverbs, but rather of shorter pieces of writings, of really short sentences, and in many cases not even sentences, which, however, have very often some connection to the metric tradition. Here are some examples of how these nouns or proverbial expressions are connected or actually maybe derived from the metrical proverbs. The examples stated here are taken from the Walter collection, and the examples below are from the manuscripts I will be introducing, which somehow relates to the verses. In the first example, we can observe the independent incipit of the longer hexameter, which means that it retains some prosodic qualities of the let's say, original verse. The second example is the couplet of versus caudati, but then in the reception became 3 distinct units, and in the latter entry, this adiurgia necures ver gradieris, it's actually the prosodic features are completely lost. The same is to be seen on the other gnome. Yes, which is the incipit of hexameter followed by some shorter additions summarizing the rest of the verse. And the last example shows the aforementioned variation of proverbs, where the incipit which appears in the manuscripts I'll be introducing is attested at least 5 times in Walter in various forms with various like following verses, but for sure there are many more versions of this proverb. This last example then shows a gnome, which is rather abridged version of a very common proverb, but does not evincing any prosodic features connected to the original wording in a verse. As much to the general introduction, the manuscript of this newly found collection is currently kept in Olomouc in the Czech Republic. and is dated to the turn of the 14th century or maybe to the beginning of the 15th century. And we can for sure say it is of Czech origin due to the Czech language text which are present here as well. So there are some Czech songs, some Czech medical prescriptions, and a Czech Latin dictionary. When it comes to the content, apart of this shorter text, like the songs, prescriptions, and this alphabetic list of gnomes, it is typical late medieval miscellany manuscripts, which contains the shorter text and longer text concerning church, metropolitan, provincial administration. This is the folio of the beginning of this collection. It is written in quite, let's say, decent-looking cursiva Gothica, and it contains 295 elements. All but one cases are listed, one item per line. It is ordered alphabetically, but according to the medieval collection, that just the first letter of the item is considered irrespective of the other letters. So it's not the full alphabetical order, which is actually quite common for this collection of gnomes, that they are ordered as such. But it does not cover the whole alphabet. There are just gnomes from the letter A to P, which is also quite common. I actually don't know any other similar collection which would really cover the whole alphabet and which would cover it proportionally. When it comes to the sources of the gnomes listed here, the great number of them can be traced back, of course, to the Bible, which is not surprising, mostly to the Sapiential books, but also other parts of the Bible are present here, Gospels, Epistles, and the other parts. Here are just a few examples of let's say, very well-known sentences. Another prominent source is the Sticha Catonis in the Middle Ages, extremely popular collections of wisdom-related couples of late antiquity, including such famous winged expressions as the famous Cumbonis Ambula or others. Regarding the wording, there are some features of, let's say, marked language, like occasional rhyme or homoiotoleuton. In most cases, just the simplest form of homoioptoton, as you can see here, bene orat qui corde plorat. Sometimes there is a metric pattern, as I already said, because the dependency of the hexametric forms. And in one case, we could maybe talk about alliteration, but well, it is quite not so common for the Latin of the Middle Ages. But quite often there is some form of etymological figure, or at least polyptoton, as the last example, italegas ut intelligas. Sometimes the gnomes, however, appear to tend to avoid any prosodic elements. In this example, which is attested actually in Walter, with the inner rhyme, increpatio, damnatio, but in our collection it is without any prosodic features, just amabilis, increpatio, non est damnosa. Here is the folio, and we can quite clearly see that the scribe was not sure what to write here. He wrote damnabilis, then he crossed out and wrote damnosa. So he was probably like striving to find a rhyme, but failed in it. Yes. Another example of this avoiding of prosodic qualities is present here. This proverb is attested, at least in Walter collection, in two different forms, humilis deo triumphat in caelo and humilis homo triumphat in domo. Both of them are within a rhyme, but the version in our collection combines them and make them completely prosaic. If one should draw a content-based typology, the biggest part, more than one half, are what could be called ethical statements, which summarize the basis of Christian moral. Approximately 1/5 are what I called other statements, which just state fundamental observations without evincing, on the one hand, no moral, on the other hand, any metaphorical meaning, although in some cases it is not easy to say whether they are metaphorical or not, as they are torn out of the context. A substantial part of them has a form of an imperative, grammatically either in imperative mood or gessive or adversative subjunctive. And many of these nouns deal with the topic of wisdom itself. It is an extremely popular topic in the medieval morality. Only 4 of them, of the almost 300 items, could really be called proverbs sensu stricto, under which expression I understand a saying with obviously metaphorical meaning, referring by this metaphorical nature to the abstract situation or phenomenon. They are listed on this slide. And worth mentioning is the fact that there is no actually intersection between these proverbs sensu stricto and the mentioned proverbs evincing prosodic features. The collection introduced from the Olomouc manuscripts is, however, not a singularity among the late Middle Ages literary and scribal culture. Among the previous research, there were 2 similar alphabetical lists edited by Pavel Spooner from manuscripts from Prague and Třeboň, but it can be assumed that there are much more still not edited manuscripts of these list of nouns and not described, also due to the still dissatisfactory state of arts of catalogization of the manuscripts in Central Europe, especially when it comes to such short pieces of writing. The Prague manuscript is dated to approximately the same period as the Olomouc one. It is also a rather miscellaneous codex, including the variety of text, mostly of school content, and the list of the nouns itself is a few items shorter than the Olomouc one. The Třeboň manuscript was written by a prolific scribe and collector, Crux of Telch, about half a century later than the other 2 manuscripts. It is a bit shorter and does not cover as well as the other manuscripts actually the whole alphabet. This is example of the hand of the Třeboň manuscripts, the hand of Crux of Telch. And when we compare the three manuscripts, each couple of them shares about 1/3 of the items with one another, not taking into account minor transmissions, variations of the very wording of scribal abbreviation and such features. And 51 of the items, which makes about 1/6 of the collection, are within the intersection of the 3 of the manuscripts. We can thus conclude, along with the aforementioned Pavel Spooner, that there existed some set of shared nouns within the milieu of lower schools, which however, quite dynamically changed in the process of transmission, which were both oral and written. And as it actually exemplified by these intersections, which are maybe not as big as we could have assumed before examining, maybe when examining just one manuscript, and which will be made more clear once having examined other collections. If one asks what are the idiosyncrasies and peculiarities of this newly found collection, there are two items which considerably differ from their other known versions. The first example, mundi contentus est adeo inventus, we know it in a form when there is contemptus instead of contentus, which make much more sense in a reality of Christian moral. This is actually doesn't make much sense. And the second example, audiat lex quid quam precepit rex, there are obviously the words lex and rex switched, which makes the complete opposite sense of what it says. It can, however, be assumed that these changes are more likely due to the rapidity and negligence of the scribe than due to some mischievous or subversive intentions of him or her. Some features of this particular copy can, however, shed some light on the question of transmissions of the known collection, which has been stated by the previous research, and namely whether they were rather copied or written down as based on the memory of the scribe. These successive items read caritas est patiens et benigna and caritas Dei semper est parata, but when copying the second line, the scribe made a mistake and began to write word benigna, which is actually from the upper line, and this kind of mistake can be actually explained just that he like missed the line and copied another one, not miss the sense of the verb, because it doesn't make any sense. So this could be maybe the argument that he copied this and hasn't written down as he knew it. Yes. In the end, we could draw maybe some speculations or inferences regarding the purpose and the use of such known collections. Well, based on the manuscript and textual context, we can really say that they had something to do with the schools, with the lower schools where Latin was taught. There could maybe have served as writing as exercises, but more likely maybe grammar or stylistic exercises, especially given their versatility and which would explain the fact that we actually know them in many versions. The authors also conclude that they used to be learned by heart, which is also possible, and thus making the basis of the shared knowledge of Latin-educated people and of their culture horizons, let's say. An interesting question for the further consideration of these known lists would be their connection to the vernacular proverbs and maybe the mutual influence between them, which I decided not to make part of this presentation, but which would be interesting to consider. So that's all from me. I thank you for your attention. Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Jakub. And our last speaker in this session is Irish. Yeah, great. Irish Carvalho. He's a teacher from Évora, and he has many functions, among them President of the General Assembly of the Portuguese Federation of UNESCO Associations. Yeah, and you need Rui to interpret?
Rui Soares, please.
Rui? Yeah.
Yes.
So.
Okay. Boa tarde, peço desculpa, my English is bad, e Rui Soares translate. É uma atividade que temos vindo a fazer, é um projeto que temos vindo a desenvolver a propósito dos Objetivos do Desenvolvimento Sustentável e que, de alguma forma, tem envolvido os provérbios como ferramentas. Daí o nome, provérbios como ferramentas da memória e dos ODS.
This is a project under the objectives of ODS, Objectives for Sustainable Development from UNESCO. And this is a project that is carrying out just to show the connection between the theory and practice.
Então, é um projeto que tem envolvido crianças, jovens e idosos.
The project involves adults, students in general, and children.
E aproveito para agradecer à Associação Internacional de Paramiologia, que tem sido parceira do projeto. O projeto está a ser desenvolvido pela Associação para a Unesco, a Aldeia das Ciências, em parceria com a Artéria Lab da Universidade de Évora.
This is a joint project between our association, the other association called Aldeia das Ciências, Village for Science, and also from
Artéria Lab da Universidade de Évora.
Artéria Lab from Faculty of Science.
Okay. Não há bem que sempre dure e mal que nunca acabe. Um provérbio que se encaixa perfeitamente no tempo em que vivemos, um tempo incerto e que está associado claramente à questão dos Objetivos do Desenvolvimento Sustentável.
There is no goods forever, neither something bad that lasts forever.
Dos vários objetivos, escolhemos alguns para explicar um bocadinho a intervenção que fizemos. Este que é o primeiro objetivo, que tem a ver com a erradicação da pobreza em todas as formas e em todos os lugares. Pegámos num conjunto de objetivos, num conjunto de metas e fomos tentar arranjar objetivos e provérbios que de alguma forma os pudessem concretizar.
This kind of objective for sustainable development has several aims, and this is one of the main areas indicating for these kind of objectives. And what is here is just to avoid poverty in all its forms and in all places.
Entretanto, aquele que foi escolhido foi este. Entre os idosos e as crianças optaram por este porque havia a dúvida do que é que, afinal, gente pobre e moeda miúda, o que é que queria dizer.
Yeah. The students had one list of proverbs, and just they try to choose one that, in their opinion, fits the better with the aim shown previously. And this is poor people and small coins.
Porque a questão pode não ser uma moeda pequena, pode ser poucas moedas. A moeda pode ser grande.
Yeah, sometimes maybe you don't realize that more or less in every country the small coins are black and the others are white or silver or something. That means that small coins, if we have a great amount, maybe it's useful, but this is just to stress the idea of small one.
Estes são alguns dos outros provérbios que foram escolhidos para falar da questão da pobreza. E pode-se, por exemplo, destacar aquele antes pobreza honrada do que riqueza roubada não se aplica melhor do que agora ao tempo que estamos a viver.
Yeah. These 6 proverbs, the first one is according with the times we are living, at least in Portugal. It is much better to be poor but with honor than to be rich but stolen.
Depois o erradicar a fome. Eu vou dar também um dos exemplos daquilo que se optou. Este projeto está a ser desenvolvido no Alentejo e no Alentejo uma das coisas que se fazia quando as pessoas tinham fome era ir ao campo apanhar as ervas para, de alguma forma, poder matar a fome. E este retrata precisamente isso.
This proverb is related, pode voltar atrás, is related with the idea to diminish hunger and to reach security in what concern food, and also to improve nutrition, and also to promote agriculture in a sustainable way. And the proverb is, who is hungry, eat cardos. Cardos is one plant very popular in Alentejo, that in past people that it's poor has not so much to buy food, they go and they collect these to nourish.
E depois estes são alguns dos outros que traduzem um bocadinho este
Hungry
objetivo.
has no law. If we have your mouth open, this means that maybe you are sleeping or we have hungry, you are hungry. Maybe the force is not so easy to translate, and the other one is hungry, open the mouth like this, and if it is so much, you can make some kind of, I don't know what to say in English. And the other is very popular in one house on there is no bread. In a house where there is no bread, all people are fighting and nobody has reason.
Uma das outras que foi selecionada era a questão da saúde, porque a saúde está sempre presente tanto nas crianças como nos idosos.
Another aim from UNESCO, from this kind of sustainable objectives, is to guarantee the accessibility to health of quality, and to promote the well-being for all people and for all ages. And the proverb is, he who has perfect health is a rich person without knowing it.
E estes são os outros que, de alguma forma, também retratavam a questão da saúde.
Related with health, we have health is a very, very good good, precious good. It's worse to have good health than money. Health has no price. If you have care with your health, is a guarantee of a very good life. Health is richness. And another very popular also, to go to bed early and to wake up early is healthy, and it grows for people.
O da educação, porque foi feito em várias escolas e, entretanto, da educação, os provérbios foram discutidos de várias formas, e eu já explico um bocadinho como é que isso foi feito.
Because the project goes to schools, it is important to connect all these with education. So this aim from UNESCO is to guarantee the accessibility to inclusive education, again, of quality and equal for all people. At the same time, to promote opportunities for learning, in long life learning for all people.
E aquele que depois foi selecionado foi este, que é preciso uma aldeia inteira para educar uma criança. E isso é fundamental cada vez mais nos dias de hoje.
And the chosen proverb is this one. It is necessary one full village to educate one children.
Estes são alguns dos outros que foram selecionados.
They're selected in the play and at the table we can know about education of that person. We learn little with the victory, but we learn so much with we fail. You must, if you fall 7 times, you must go up 8. He who learn can teach. And the study is the nourishment for young people and the consolation for older people.
E o da igualdade de género, que levantou algumas questões, até porque a maior parte dos provérbios levantam questões sobre essa temática.
This aim from UNESCO is also very important nowadays because there are a discussion between the power for women and power for men. So there is a movement just to prepare women, just to give power, each power in society.
E ficou este.
And the proverb chosen is, behind a great man is always a great woman. And we just modify.
Alguns dos jovens queriam modificá-lo para ser ao lado de um grande homem, sempre uma grande mulher.
And the students just, they change this saying that aside a great man, there is a great woman, not behind or in the back.
Estes são alguns que
And the
ficaram...
others, men make the law, women's the customs, the tradition, and I don't know, I don't remember the lady that lost the widow, rich, and we can assure that they don't. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Irina. And words goes with the wind.
Okay. E por último, que eles nesta temática da cidadania e das cidades e do cuidado das cidades descobriram que depois modificaram. Já vou mostrar.
Okay. And this from UNESCO again says that we must make cities and communities much more inclusive, securities, resilient and sustainable. And the proverb is...
Eles encontraram queres manter a tua cidade limpa, começa por varrer diante da tua casa. O provérbio não é este, se queres manter a tua aldeia limpa.
Yeah. They choose this one. If you want to keep your town limpa, clean. Yeah, you must begin to clean the front of your house.
E este foi o ponto de partida. Depois todos os outros objetivos têm provérbios.
And of course that those are the examples chosen by students, but at the same time they are the beginning for the discussion about other proverbs.
E depois foram construídos um conjunto de materiais e nós vamos mostrar agora. Isto foram materiais feitos em madeira para depois levar aos centros de dia e trabalhar com os idosos.
Yeah. All this project begins with this preparation that we have done until now, and just they try to make something concrete thing that we are here for exhibition, but it is shown now in your visual.
Portanto, este é o primeiro material que foi construído e foi pensado também para pessoas com deficiência, no caso, pessoas com deficiência visual.
I think that all of you knows this kind of game, domino, and the idea was not only connect proverbs, but also to prepare this kind for some people with some kind of deficiency. Yeah.
E aqui está o dominó que tem a leitura em português e depois tem em braille para poder ter uma leitura para vários públicos. Ele neste momento está a ser testado com pessoas com deficiência visual para ainda corrigir algum erro que tenha e para corrigir também alguns pormenores, porque ele serve também para testar a memória. Neste momento há 2 psicólogas que estão a utilizá-lo por causa de doenças degenerativas, no sentido de trabalhar as questões da memória com os provérbios, e estamos neste momento a pensar noutro tipo de materiais também feitos em madeira, com a Universidade de Évora, de maneira a poder ser um material fácil. É um material gratuito que pode ser impresso em qualquer ponto do mundo e é livre. E é este... Sim. Passei. Esse é o material. Peço desculpa.
Said that really this was prepared in this special material, and really it is for people with some kind of perturbation, some disease, and of course now the project continues because they are trying to discover some kind of material much more easy to spread out in schools and so on, because this is a little great, voluminous.
Enquanto se vê as peças, entretanto, isso é feito em materiais que podem ser reaproveitados e, portanto, podemos trabalhá-los da forma que entendermos.
We have a concern with all these materials in order to make again to recyclable. Yeah, I think that you understand. They can be reutilized.
Tenho que agradecer, porque isto não era possível, começar por agradecer à Inês, que fez a ponte com a Universidade de Évora, fazendo parte da associação, e depois agradecer ao Rui Soares e à Marinela, que foram dando apoio à distância ao projeto, e a um conjunto de outros técnicos na área também da psicologia e não só, para construirmos este material.
Yeah, Iris is saying that really the project involves different kinds of persons, teachers, ourselves, and Inês that make the bridge with the university in Évora, and of course that psychologists, they are involved also in the project, and the technicians that have made this kind of material. So you have seen in the video that really is required special tools to do this. So fortunately we have one team that it is really working for the same direction. We are rowing in the same direction.
Thank you.
Obrigado.
Thank you very much. And I would like to invite the speakers up here for the discussion. And I open the discussion. Any questions? Any questions? Anybody? Yeah, Irina.
Thank you for all the presentations. I have a question to our Portuguese friend. You mentioned that there are persons in need who must be assisted with, even with food. Who are those sensible groups of the population in Portugal who need special attention? Você mencionou que há grupos na sociedade de Portugal que precisam de ajuda, talvez para comer, para viver. quem são aqueles grupos que precisam deste tipo de ajuda?
À medida que todo este processo que estamos a viver agora, com a guerra na Ucrânia e depois todo esse processo tem vindo a criar, principalmente com o aumento da habitação e um conjunto de outras questões sociais que se têm vindo a agudizar, há cada vez mais pessoas com algumas necessidades e que se vão notando cada vez mais. Há pessoas que, cada vez mais em Portugal, há gente que ganha o seu salário, mas que esse dinheiro não chega para viver, porque tem um conjunto de despesas fixas que não lhes permite fazer face ao fim do mês às despesas que têm. E isso tem sido uma dificuldade.
I said that nowadays with the international situation, the war in Ukraine and the refugees that we received, each more we have some people that lives in bad conditions. Eventually also not only because they are not in their own country, but because, for instance, accommodation is very expensive in Portugal. So many persons, they really are living in the limit of the human conditions.
Piret, aitäh. My question is concerning, have you detected ever that alternation, those goats and lambs, because in many like vernaculars, they might have, it might be goats or lambs, and probably it's coming from this biblical source, which actually I don't know the lexis of describing them. So have you?
Yeah, thank you. And also rabbit, it can be this alternative, the variants, sheep and goats, yeah? But the question was...
even wouldn't be reasonable to count with also those goats in when analyzing?
Yeah, indeed. I didn't look at this now, but thank you. Yeah, it would be reasonable. And also maybe, no, I don't know, rabbits and such kind animals. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all. I would open a discussion about this to Jakub, and about this. You said that rarely those medieval proverbs, these in books, were not rooted in folk tradition, or rarely. And then you asked that how have they impressed the vernacular proverb traditions? But of course, it would be interesting to think about what is the impression of vernacular proverbs to those who were made those religious kind of proverbs. So have you anything to say about this?
So yes, of course, it's a very good question, and it goes along that one the way as that there is some, I don't know, ancient and medieval literary tradition from which the proverbs are drawn, and then influence the folk tradition, and the other way around, of course, which would be interesting. And also in this very short list, actually just 300 proverbs, I found out many which have a Czech equivalent, and Czech equivalent even attested by the time of the 15th century. So definitely there is also this connection. But I think from the number of proverbs, it's much more common that they are rooted in the literary traditions of late antiquity, Bible, and so on. I think it's much common, at least for the material represented here.
Yes. Then another thing for you, sorry, the others, but you had this copying out of memory, and this is also interesting because I have just read a book, an edited book of Frog and Lamb, and it was about weathered words. And you English people know what is weathered, but they are kind of so much used words that it was about formulas in language. And there was one, I don't remember who wrote it, but about this, how really they made manuscript copies by heart, kind of. And then what happened maybe there. And then if now I have in mind that maybe they could have put some proverbs there also, or anyway, from vernacular.
Yes, just maybe very shortly, because I'm not expert in this, but yes, I think it is possible, like due to the fact that it was transmitted orally, or could have been transmitted orally, and that the memory played such a big role, it was definitely subject to greater changes that the text which is transmitted just literally.
And there is the big difference with Lutheran and Catholic tradition, because Lutheran Bible is those proverbs has been changed to be from oral translation, oral use, and especially, for example, I know the Finnish system that Agricola took from folk proverbs and put them in Bible, following Luther's example. So, but they was not in Latin, and that was the idea with the Lutheran text, that they would use only vernacular, not Latin text. But this happened already it is not so far away, but in Finland, the literal language, literal Finnish was done when the Bible was written in Finnish. So, but really there are folk proverbs, but they are not in Finnish. Religion has been Catholic, but it was only a short time. We were without religion in the beginning.
Any other question? Anybody? I have many, but I will keep them for the break. I think it's a good coffee time, so let's do the diploma thing.
Just a short announcement. On the Outi can show you the text there. There you find the list of
até ouvir a galeta vira é um máximo, os animadores também, a piscina, os quartos, tudo.
A localização de facto é muito central, facilita-me a acessibilidade quer para a Ilha de Tavira, quer para o centro da cidade.
There was a children's club, so if the children are happy, I'm happy.
Because the kids club's got good entertainment and it's lots of fun and the people are really nice.
Gosto da disponibilidade das pessoas que cá trabalham, estão sempre disponíveis para ajudar-nos e estão sempre aqui para nós. Qualquer problema que nós tenhamos, eles estão lá, sempre.
Sinto-me em casa e isso é uma sensação que não há dinheiro nenhum no mundo que pague.
John doesn't want to go home. He's hoping he can stay for another few days.
Vou ter saudades da cidade, vou ter saudades da piscina, da comida também, que é muito boa aqui.
Recomendo todas as pessoas a virem aqui.
Quando viajamos, queremos trazer mais do que aquilo que levamos. E para isso apuramos os nossos sentidos. Cheiramos outras paisagens. Sorrisos diferentes. História. Experimentamos novos sabores. Os tradicionais em cada local. Percebendo a sua origem. Cheiramos outras essências. As que nos fazem sentir bem. Ouvimos sons que nem sempre fazem parte da nossa rotina. Sentimos-nos mais próximos de quem mais gostamos. Dê sentido à sua vida. Vila Galé, sempre perto de si.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Até ouvir a galera Tavira é o máximo, os animadores também, a piscina, os quartos, tudo.
A localização de facto é muito central, facilita-me a acessibilidade quer para a Ilha de Tavira, quer para o centro da cidade.
There was a children's club, so if the children are happy, I'm happy.
Because the kids club's got good entertainment and it's lots of fun and the people are really nice.
Gosto da disponibilidade das pessoas que cá trabalham, estão sempre disponíveis para ajudar-nos e estão sempre aqui para nós. Qualquer problema que nós tenhamos, eles estão lá sempre.
casa. E isso é uma sensação que não há dinheiro nenhum no mundo que pague.
John doesn't want to go home. He's hoping he can stay for another few days.
Vou ter saudades da cidade, vou ter saudades da piscina, da comida também, que é muito boa aqui.
Recomendo todas as pessoas a virem aqui.
Quando viajamos, queremos trazer mais do que aquilo que levamos. E para isso apuramos os nossos sentidos. Vemos outras paisagens. Sorrisos diferentes. História. Experimentamos novos sabores. Os tradicionais em cada local. Percebendo a sua origem. Cheiramos outras essências. As que nos fazem sentir bem. Ouvimos sons que nem sempre fazem parte da nossa rotina. Sentimos-nos mais próximos de quem mais gostamos. Dê sentido à sua vida. Vila Galé, sempre perto de si.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra, mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
O Hotel Vila Galeta Vira é um máximo, os animadores também, a piscina, os quartos, tudo.
A localização de facto é muito central, facilita-me a acessibilidade quer para a Ilha de Tavira, quer para o centro da cidade.
There was a children's club, so if the children are happy, I'm happy.
Because the kids club's got good entertainment and it's lots of fun and the people are really nice.
Gosto da disponibilidade das pessoas que cá trabalham, estão sempre disponíveis para ajudar-nos e estão sempre aqui para nós. Qualquer problema que nós tenhamos, eles estão lá sempre.
Sinto-me em casa. casa. E isso é uma sensação que não há dinheiro nenhum no mundo que pague.
John doesn't want to go home. He's hoping he can stay for another few days.
Vou ter saudades da cidade, vou ter saudades da piscina, da comida também, que é muito boa aqui.
Recomendo todas as pessoas a virem aqui.
Quando viajamos, queremos trazer mais do que aquilo que levamos. E para isso apuramos os nossos sentidos. Vemos outras paisagens. Sorrisos diferentes. História. Experimentamos novos sabores.
So, I think we can even start now, because the first thing is a presentation which comes from video. And it is...
Nós vamos ter uma apresentação, eu já expliquei, vamos ter uma apresentação de uma professora que está muito perto de Lisboa e que vai relatar uma experiência semelhante, não igual, àquela que vocês fizeram, está bem? Então eu agradeço que estejam caladinhos, olhem para aqui, quando não virem aqui, vejam. Olá, Ana, boa tarde.
Yeah, the voice for her also. Voice for her also. Boa tarde. No voice. She speaks, I think, Portuguese, but...
Sim, yes, it's Portuguese.
So we are going to listen to you and look at the video.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes? Ok. Obrigada. Boa tarde. Sou a professora Ana Alegre Caldeira e quero desde já agradecer ao Dr. Rui e à Dra. Marinela a oportunidade de mais uma vez divulgar o projeto dos meus alunos no colóquio interdisciplinar sobre Provérbios. Nos últimos 3 anos letivos tenho dinamizado um projeto de articulação curricular que consiste em pesquisar e analisar provérbios e ditados populares em sala de aula. A partir daí, os alunos têm construído histórias sobre os provérbios e têm ilustrado as mesmas. Como resultado, foram publicados livros com esses trabalhos, com a chancela dos agrupamentos e da Câmara Municipal correspondente. Hoje trago-vos os meus 2 últimos livros. Provérbios ao Vento, não sei se o Dr. Rui e a Dra. Marinela já vos mostrou, desenvolvido no ano letivo de 21-22, no agrupamento de escolas do Catujal Unhos, do Concelho de Loures, e Pão com Provérbios, que é este, projeto desenvolvido no ano letivo anterior, no agrupamento de escolas de Montijo. Tendo em conta a planificação das atividades, flexibilidade, autonomia curricular, houve a participação de várias disciplinas, o português, o inglês, e de cada conselho de turma dos 5º, 6º. No livro do Catujal também entrou os 7º anos. em vários momentos do ano letivo isto aconteceu. Estes projetos têm em conta o perfil dos alunos à saída da escolaridade obrigatória, ou seja, o perfil do aluno para o século XXI. Este projeto também vai ser implementado no agrupamento de escolas Lima de Freitas, em Setúbal, este ano, pelas mãos da minha colega Dulce Sabino, que foi minha colega o ano passado no Montijo, este ano ficou colocada na Lima de Freitas, e então levou o projeto com ela. Estarei lá como mentora. Já nos reunimos com a Câmara Municipal de Setúbal, que irá patrocinar o próximo livro. No Montijo, estamos à espera da resposta por parte da Câmara Municipal. Para este ano, e dado que o tema aglutinador do plano anual dos dois agrupamentos é a comemoração dos 50 anos do 25 de Abril, iremos subordinar um novo projeto a essa temática, intitulado Provérbios em Liberdade no Montijo e Provérbios em Liberdade Setúbal. Todo este cenário não seria possível sem o apoio do Dr. Rui Soares, da Dra. Marinela Soares, dos diretores do agrupamento, o professor João e a professora Alexandra, dos meus queridos alunos e colegas e das respectivas câmaras municipais e também a Junta de Freguesia de Unhos e Cotejal. Sem eles, o meu sonho não se teria realizado. Um bem-aja a todos. Entretanto, também tenho aqui o primeiro livro, Alcochete e o Sal, Histórias com Provérbios. É isto que eu tenho estado a fazer nos últimos 3 anos. Tem dado um gozo enorme e vamos agora para a frente com mais 2 livros, um meu e outro como mentora. Não sei se tem alguma questão dos meninos que aí estão. Ouvi muito baixo. Tantos meninos e meninas, todos lindos.
Os meninos e meninas que estão aqui querem fazer alguma pergunta à professora Ana Alegre? Não? Estão com vergonha?
Como veem, isto são tudo ilustrações de colegas como vocês, de 5º e 6º ano. E as histórias também.
Então, então diz lá. Diz o teu nome.
Tiago, meu nome é Tiago e
Olá,
nós...
Tiago.
Olá, professora. Nós não fizemos o trabalho no 5º, nem 6º, nem 7º. Nós fizemos no 4º, neste caso, no 4º ano. Era só
Tem que
mesmo
falar com as
isto.
vossas professoras, com a diretora de turma.
É para levar o projeto para a frente.
Claro. É muito importante porque aqui todos os meninos têm a sua história, todos os meninos têm a sua ilustração e levam um livro para casa. Pronto, também temos de ter o apoio da Câmara Municipal. Pronto, ou de algum patrocinador para pagar os livros, porque ainda fica um pouco caro. Mas depois cada um leva o seu livro para casa e, quando for mais velhinho, vai reler as suas histórias e isso é muito importante.
Eu até acrescentaria que, se calhar, quando amanhã forem pais ou mães, dizem, aqui está um autor que escreveu, na tua idade, este livrinho com esta história.
Exatamente.
Ora, então, diz
Bem, eu que gostaria que me tivesse acontecido uma coisa destas quando eu tivesse a vossa idade.
Muito bem, muito bem. Ora, então, diz o teu nome, se faz favor.
Boa tarde, senhora professora. Sou Vicente e desde que recebi a notícia que íamos fazer um livro, fiquei logo entusiasmado. E tenho sorte de eu e a minha turma, quando tivermos filhos, podemos dizer aos nossos filhos que já fizemos um livro.
Muito bem, é isso mesmo.
Obrigada.
É isso mesmo. Estão aqui excelentes meninos e meninas para fazer outro livro fantástico.
I'm trying just to translate because he said that he was very happy to know about the possibility to integrate this project, and mainly he said that when he will grow up and maybe it becomes father, it will be a pleasure to show to the sons the work he have done. Okay, so thank you so much. Ok.
Não sei se tem mais alguma questão.
Mais alguma questão? Marinela?
Olá, princesa. Não és obrigada a falar. Se não queres falar, não fales.
Põe o micro. Fala, põe o micro aqui. Força.
Lá, consegues.
Isto foi um projeto muito importante para nós. Não sei o que
It was a great pleasure for her to participate.
Boa tarde.
Sim, é muito... Boa tarde.
Queria dizer que foi um avanço muito importante para nós como alunos e pessoas, por podermos ter feito um trabalho no 4º ano, de a Biblioteca de Tavira nos ter ajudado a fazer este trabalho, e fico muito contente por poder ter feito junto com a minha turma este trabalho.
Obrigado.
Muito bem, muito bem. Foi pena por não terem feito mais.
Again, he refers that it was a pleasure to integrate the project and really to work with the archives, because the project was with the municipal archive in Tavira.
Boa tarde, Ana. É sempre um
Boa
prazer trabalhar consigo, porque as coisas vão florescendo imenso em cada ano.
Não pareça aí, estás no filme. O senhor comandante acabou de chegar.
O senhor comandante é o marido da professora Ana Alegre. Pois nós temos aqui expostos nesta sala também os desenhos e todas as ilustrações e as fichas de trabalho que fez e que levaram à feitura deste último livro, Pão com Provérbios.
Boa.
Depois, no final, porque eles ainda não tiveram tempo, não é verdade? No final de todas estas sessões, depois verão todos os desenhos. Enfim,
muito
eles
bem.
também sabem, porque também participaram no livro que fizeram, mas, enfim, vão ser eles a motivar alguns professores da Dom Paio, para que é a escola do 2º ciclo, onde eles estão, para ver se vocês vão motivar os professores, está bem? Prometem? Porque os professores da Horta do Carmo já estão mais que motivados.
Excelente.
Obrigada.
Estes meninos fizeram os trabalhos do 4º ano, fizeram também um livro.
Fizeram o trabalho e só agora foi possível, com o apoio da Câmara Municipal de Tavira, sair o livro, porque tinham feito um livro manual. E, portanto, nós conseguimos integrá-los aqui, porque é possível mostrar as boas práticas que são feitas. Porque, para além da teoria, que temos aqui os melhores investigadores de todo o mundo, onde se incluem também alguns portugueses, de facto, é preciso passar da teoria à prática. E também cabe a nós, professores, às pessoas da área da educação principalmente, e aos encarregados de educação à família, motivá-los para estas atividades, estas e outras, neste caso, a área proverbial, que de facto é muito extensa. E nos leva cada vez mais longe. Estes meninos foram fantásticos, graças também ao Arquivo Municipal de Tavira, que conheceram o arquivo a partir dos provérbios e a partir de um trabalho árduo e de uma coordenadora da escola do 1º ciclo da Horta do Carmo, que tem uma mente de facto muito aberta, já é professora há muitos anos, para além de ter sido deputada há alguns anos, portanto, tem outra forma de ver as coisas. E daí a professora que os acompanhou
no primeiro ciclo, também é uma professora, como eu costumo dizer, fora da caixa. E, portanto, isto foi possível, não é? Foi possível, agora estão noutro ciclo, e eu acho que, não sendo agora, será mais tarde.
Mas é um projeto muito, muito bom.
Obrigada,
é um projeto
Ana.
excelente. Nada.
E obrigada, Ana, também pelo seu trabalho.
E queria também, lembrei-me mais de uma coisa que tem a ver com a integração, não é? Aqui no Montijo nós temos muitos alunos vindos de fora e, por exemplo, no Pão com Provérbios, eu arranjei também provérbios do Nepal. E eles depois fizeram a sua história em inglês, porque é mais fácil para eles fazerem em inglês.
Se a memória não me falha, Ana, temos aqui também para a troca, hein? E queria salientar, para além do que a Marinela disse relativamente, digamos, a uma certa hierarquia que toda ela está motivada para o projeto e isso é um grande apoio. Naturalmente, temos a presença de pais e mães aqui na sala.
Ai, que tão bom. Isso é muito importante mesmo. Eu pronto, já introduzi este tema nos meus alunos, já enviei o papelinho para casa para os pais ajudarem na história, que é muito importante haver também os pais a ajudar, os pais, família, o que seja, e a ver se este ano também sai boas histórias como o ano passado.
Sairão, com certeza. Tá? We are discussing about the fact that we have involved not only the professor of the class, but also some kind of hierarchy until to arrive the municipality. And this is very important because you know that there are several duties in different levels. So sometimes they are in one level very much people interested in that, but after, if the other element on the chain is not motivated, sometimes it stops. So here, fortunately, we have from children until the mayor and passing for the director and our colleague from Ukraine is helping us just with kids to make all this project. And one word also for the director of the archive that really is all the time available to discuss with us all these things that are needed during lots of time. Thank you for all.
Eu só também acrescentaria que este projeto, às páginas tantas, levou os alunos a ficarem também mais sensibilizados para o Arquivo Municipal de Tavira, neste caso de Tavira, tal como no caso da professora Ana Alegre, que está agora, que acabou de expor o seu trabalho, também nos levou a conhecer outros patrimónios, o caso do Moinho de Marés, que foi recuperado, e o Moinho de Vento, ou as Salinas em Alcochete. Portanto, não é o provérbio pelo provérbio, não é uma lista de provérbios. Os provérbios têm uma riqueza subjacente que muitas vezes nós próprios, que já os conhecemos e que somos de uma geração que de facto não estudámos propriamente o provérbio, mas fazia parte da nossa linguagem, nos leva muito e muito longe. É preciso trazê-los mais à ribalta, interpretá-los, até desconstruí-los e adequá-los aos tempos de hoje. Isso é possível. E, portanto, foi um caminho, de facto, árduo, mas que teve um proveito excelente, porque todos estes meninos e meninas que aqui estão, já muito crescidos, que nós já não os víamos há um ano e meio, e, portanto, vieram felizes com os pais e com as mães, porque escreveram um livro, ou participaram num livro. E isso, de facto, só ajuda a crescer. Obrigada.
Eu pedi à Isabel se podia então apresentar o projeto e Ludmila traz, se faz favor, o livro.
pouco, a senhora Presidente da Câmara Municipal de Tavira está a fazer os possíveis para chegar a tempo de poder assistir. De qualquer modo, ela deseja sucesso, mas está numa reunião e ainda não conseguiu sair dessa reunião. Portanto, nós temos a mensagem e pediram para transmitir. Mas vai chegar porque, de facto, foi também com a Câmara Municipal e, neste caso, na pessoa da senhora Presidente, que conseguimos levar por diante este belo livro.
Marinella was telling that the mayor promised us to come here to see all this work. But she is in a meeting, so maybe she will arrive here a little delayed. Now, please, Isabel.
Tão bons. Posso ficar aqui?
Sim, sim. Aqui? Ok.
Boa tarde. Ok. Eu pedi ao professor, ao Dr. Rui Soares, se me ajudava depois na tradução de algumas palavras, porque eu esta semana estive doente e estou um bocado cansada. Antes de mais, boa tarde aos meninos que ainda não cumprimentei. Vocês estão muito crescidos, muito grandes. Agradeço aos pais por estarem aqui presentes. Agradeço à senhora Presidente da Câmara de Tavira, que não pôde estar presente, e agradeço à professora Jovita e à professora Sónia o apoio todo que deram. À doutora Liudmila, do arquivo, que nos ajudou imenso nesta, foi uma ponte fundamental com este projeto, mas eu vou só começar por perguntar, eu não sei se estão aqui, se está aqui pessoas que participaram no ano passado, muita gente, pessoas novas. Não sei, pronto. Do you remember? É uma coisa que eu coloquei aqui no slide. For those who don't remember or weren't here last year, you can watch on the channel of YouTube of the municipal city the video that we made last year about this project. Eu não vou aqui repetir o projeto, não vou falar outra vez, vou só falar da avaliação. Vou falar só brevemente um pequeno resumo do que foi das etapas do projeto. Primeiro fizemos trabalhos na sala de aula. First, we did some works in the classroom that we introduced to the classroom some materials that we used to work at the archive, and apresentámos materiais com que trabalhamos no arquivo, mostrámos-lhes um livro estragado, comido pelos bichos, explicámos o que é que fazemos no arquivo. Depois, os alunos fizeram trabalhos com a professora, com o apoio e a coordenação da professora. A professora distribuiu um tema para cada aluno. Then the teacher distributed a team for each student, and then the work they have done resulted in original works. And because we are at the historical archive, we are not from the library, we thought, okay, it will be very nice to make a workshop of encadernation, and the work of these children, it will be the book, the original book, the primal book. E então pensámos que o livro, os trabalhos que os alunos fizeram e que eles refletiram sobre cada tema, todos os seus trabalhos, com a sua criatividade, com as suas dificuldades ou facilidades, iriam dar origem, cada trabalho, a um livro que iria ser encadernado. E foi encadernado, foi feita uma oficina de encadernação, mas por causa da pandemia nós não pudemos permitir que eles próprios colaborassem. Tivemos que manter a distância, tivemos que usar máscaras, foi muito complicado. Eles não puderam tocar no pincel com crina de cavalo, pelo de cavalo, não puderam tocar nos materiais, o que foi muito pena, foi lamentável. Mas fizemos a oficina. And the final step of the project, it was an exhibition at the municipal library. That we could provide a visit of the classroom at the exhibition. And it was very profit because the students were very happy. We talk about what were their favorite things, their favorite moments, and I think they liked it very much to see the book, the original book in exhibition. I have here Lyudmila with the book. Eu tenho aqui a Lyudmila com o livro original. Este livro nós mandámos plastificar as capas, fizemos a encadernação à mão, and these are the works. Here we have the letters from the teachers. Temos as cartas das professoras, primeiro. They have made the text summary. And here, the works of their students. Incluímos depois uma carta da apresentação das professoras e depois temos os trabalhos de cada aluno, a reflexão que eles fizeram, o trabalho individual. E depois, a seguir, temos, então, depois da pesquisa, eles fizeram primeiro uma pesquisa onde debruçaram sobre o tema que tinham e foi pedido para falarem com a família e arranjarem um provérbio ou para inventarem um provérbio. And then we asked them to talk with the family to provide a proverb or to invent one. And in the final of the text, they wrote the proverb that they chose for each team. And they also made several covers, and they made an election to the book to choose the main cover of the book. A capa principal, estou a dizer. A Mila não percebe muito inglês. Eles fizeram várias capas e depois fizeram uma eleição na escola, onde os professores colaboraram e uma funcionária também ajudou a desempatar, onde escolheram a capa que iria ser a capa principal do livro. O rosto do livro. Aqui incluímos também os índices, os trabalhos não votados. In this original book, we included all the works that they have done for the summary text and for the main cover of the book. Yes, obrigada. And here is the classroom photo, a fotografia da turma. Of course, we ask for the parents' authorization for their consent because of the protection of the nominal personal data. E então pedimos os dados, a autorização aos pais para nos darem o consentimento para divulgar os dados pessoais, como os nomes dos autores, a fotografia da turma, e eu pedia para porem outra vez a apresentação, se faz favor. E depois eles visitaram o arquivo, conheceram o arquivo e fizemos também na biblioteca da escola a entrega do livro original para ficar no fundo da biblioteca da escola. De hoje para amanhã, mesmo que eles venham a perder o livro que lhes vai ser oferecido agora, eles vão ter o original sempre lá na biblioteca da escola do trabalho deles. I ask... Sim.
Dr. Isabel described a little the process, and I think that you saw page by page the works that they have done. But she didn't speak about another work. That means that all the drawings here, they were just all them scanned.
Oh, yes.
And after using different tools to put in a printing letter what they have done by hand. So this was a little work.
Yes.
And, anyway, we decided to do that because you understand that children sometimes have one letter not very good understood, and for that reason it was very nice to have the original, but in the opposite page, really the readable text. Okay. And after that, she said that it's a pleasure to have one book for each student. And one thing very important, if someone loses the book, all the time they have the original in the archive. And
library.
This is
Library.
In the library.
Of the school, at the school.
Anyway, the idea is very good just for them to understand how important is the work of the archive. Is just at least to keep the original, at least to keep the original. If some copies are lost, we know that in that place or that place we have the possibility to obtain the documents. And for that reason, you have done a very, very good work, and I know the difficulties we found during the time together with Ludmila. So this was the description of the project, and of course, here we have the photo for all the team that worked with this project, and I think that's all.
Eles não estão aqui hoje todos, a turma toda já se perderam alguns elementos que saíram, foram para outros sítios. Não? Não puderam vir? Ok, é pena. Bom, então, sim, vou tentar passar brevemente a parte mais chata. Nós fizemos uma pequena avaliação dos pontos positivos e a melhorar. Os pontos positivos, obviamente, foi a parceria com a AIP, o envolvimento da escola, das professoras. Foi um projeto multicolaborativo, o que foi ótimo, muito enriquecedor para nós. Para eles, penso que também foi ótimo para perceberem, através dos provérbios, a ilustrar e a exemplificar, que um provérbio pode ajudar a exemplificar e a ilustrar até uma ferramenta de trabalho, um método de trabalho. E também para perceber que através dos arquivos e das bibliotecas, eles podem um dia vir a ser arquivistas, bibliotecários, mas também conservadores, restauradores, paleógrafos, que estamos a precisar tanto no nosso país. I was telling that not everyone could come here today, but through this project we have made an evaluation of the good aspects and the aspects to improve. It was a community work to do between school, international paramediology, sorry my English, Proverbs, and archive. And the commitment of the students were very important. Also the votation of the book cover and the joy of the students during the visit. And because it was a multicultural class, we could also make them understanding and explain to them because that if there is a colleague of different nationality, through the Proverbs, they also can understand the other culture, the other people, the other nations. Eu estava a dizer que, através do provérbio, eles conseguiram também perceber que, por serem uma turma multicultural, porque eles tinham, e não sei se ainda têm na atual turma, um colega nepalês e o colega que era chinês, e conseguiram perceber também, através do provérbio, que conseguem compreender outras culturas, outras nações, conseguem compreender as suas religiões e sermos mais tolerantes e sermos mais compreensivos com os colegas na escola. São os futuros cidadãos que têm que começar também a pensar assim. porque através dos provérbios perceberam que no país deles também há provérbios, no país deles também há ensinamentos de outros antepassados que chegaram até os nossos dias.
What Isabel said, it's also very important because I told before when Anna Leg presented those proverbs in another totally different culture, I said that we have also something to change with her. And of course that we had different cultures here in Tavira, different ideas, and really we had one student from China that really also gave the proverbs in their own language. This is very important because, as Isabel said, maybe these small children here, maybe they can think that, okay, I have this or this proverb in my country, but sometimes they don't realize that in other cultures, in other countries, they have other proverbs or eventually equivalent proverbs to those that we have here. So the project in this sense is also very important.
The things to keep, as coisas para manter. Eu não vou demorar muito nelas, só vou realçar uma que achei muito importante, duas. Num próximo projeto temos que dar um maior destaque aos provérbios, e talvez pedir menos texto e mais criatividade com desenhos também. E a pandemia impediu que os alunos tocassem os materiais que levámos para a sala de aula, que foi pena, porque teria sido muito mais enriquecedor para eles. Porque eu sei que as crianças, quando estão então no primeiro ciclo, gostam de tocar, sentir, até nós adultos, não é? Can you please... Sorry.
Perdão, perdi-me agora um pouco.
Eu disse que foi os aspectos negativos, dois para realçar, dos provérbios darmos mais destaque aos provérbios e o facto de eles não terem conseguido tocar os materiais.
Isabella said that really there was some less positive points during the project, and she is trying to improve for next project, saying that they must have much more proverbs on the project, and also the explanations must be more creative, and this is some kind of improvement in the sense to say, okay, please be out of the box and try to do your best with creativity.
Eu vou aproveitar e fiz uma seleção de alguns provérbios dos trabalhos deles, não muitos. Estou quase no fim, prometo. Não sei se estará aqui. Houve um que me tocou bastante, que foi sobre o brasão da cidade de Tavira, da Catarina. Não está aqui. Cidade com brasão é uma cidade com alunos e coração. Não sei se o professor quer...
Isabel is choosing some proverbs to illustrate, and she said that one she liked very much was the following. Cidade com brasão é uma cidade com alunos e coração. I try to translate one city with brasão, coat of arms. The city with coat of arms is one city with students and art.
A Liane Guerreiro escreveu As palavras são pensadas e escritas. O Cauã escreveu Fazer correr muita tinta. E o Theo Cisteron, que não está aqui, que é os pais dele são do Nepal. Não? É da Indonésia. Então o livro já tem uma gralha. Já temos que pôr uma errata. Mati Satu Tumbu Seribu, consegui a tradução que era se ferradura trouxesse sorte, burro não puxava carroça.
Just another proverb coming from one student. The father is from Indonesia and mother is French. Father French and mother from Indonesia. And really the proverb is said something very interesting. Se ferradura trouxesse sorte, burro não puxava carroça. If the shoes of horses bring happiness, the ass don't push the car. That means he was happiness.
E escolhi ainda o do Gonçalo Pereira, que disse que estar sempre a aprender é o melhor a fazer. E eu acredito que sim, que estar sempre a aprender é o melhor a fazer, para conseguirmos este e outros projetos e nós também melhorarmos, porque eu aprendi e melhorei e fiquei mais... Eu cresci muito com este projeto também, espero que vocês também, a Mila também. Não sei se...
Isabel said really that during this contact, I think that we can tell in name of all that really we grow, because it was necessary to adapt our talk, our way to talk with these kids, and this gives us some hints to progress.
Só dizer o seguinte, eu tive de trazer aqui uma cábula porque eu não me lembrava do nome da senhora. Eu assisti online a uma conferência da Autónoma Academy, que inventaram agora estas, de uma pós-graduação, porque nós constatamos que existe sobre arquivos muito poucos livros dirigidos às crianças. Existem arquivos sobre bibliotecas, existem arquivos sobre diversas, até sobre os bombeiros, então, é um sem fim deles. E penso que a nível nacional em Portugal, este livro, às páginas tantas, o que é um arquivo, é único, é o primeiro, feito pelas crianças, para as crianças. No fim, têm umas linhas para pedirem autógrafos aos vossos colegas, para depois nunca mais se esquecerem de quem foram os vossos colegas. E em breve, eu sei que em breve ainda está um projeto de uma estudante a fazer um trabalho, tendo por base documentos de arquivo, dirigido a crianças. Ela só está à espera de terminar a pós-graduação. É da Sara Joana Pereira, que é o projeto Descobrindo o Arquivo. Oxalá ela consiga apoio para um dia publicar, mas o nosso é o primeiro.
Isabel referred that this book is the first, because in the archives, usually books are not dedicated to children. So this project was in some sense pioneering, just for others that we know that they are trying to do in other archives following this model. So congratulations for this kind of book for students of this age.
Bom, e agora não está cá a senhora Presidente da Câmara.
We can continue.
Mas...
professora...
que eu gostava...
Então se me posso, se me permite, para irmos adiantando enquanto a Sra. Presidente não chega, se calhar, se achasse bem, e a professora Sónia também, eu começava por pedir que passassem por aqui para deixar a vossa assinatura e a seguir, um a um, vinham aqui assinar um livro para ficar também no nosso arquivo da Associação. Claro que sim.
Muito obrigada. Começo por felicitar a iniciativa, pela associação, mas também pelo trabalho do arquivo e, acima de tudo, dizer-vos que estes meninos também, estes e os outros que estão em projetos diferentes, também estão de parabéns. E dizer-vos que a escola é fundamental para preparar os cidadãos para a vida. E começa fundamentalmente no pré-escolar e no primeiro ciclo. e que as escolas todas devem estar, o ensino público é fundamental e devem estar abertos a este tipo de iniciativas. A ligação da escola à sociedade, à cultura e à tradição é fundamental. É aqui que se criam as raízes. Portanto, um obrigado a todos. Não vos vou tomar muito tempo. A EB Horta do Carmo estará sempre comigo ou sem mim, penso eu, aberta a este tipo de iniciativas e a outro tipo de iniciativas. Gostaria que vocês eu tenho que sublinhar aqui uma palavra especial também ao Dr. Rui e à sua esposa, pelo trabalho que têm desenvolvido nesta área no Concelho de Tavira, que não é fácil, mas que é trabalhando e é lutando contra as adversidades, mas sempre por uma causa justa e por valores que nós devemos estar cá. A Mila, a doutora, todas vós, um bem-aja, muito obrigado. E esta juventude, que guardem um livro lá na vossa gaveta e que quando tiverem filhos ou quando forem velhinhos, vão lá e digam assim, nós escrevemos um livro, já viram isto? Fica para a posteridade, ok? Gostei muito de estar convosco hoje, todos juntos. Obrigada.
Bom, depois do que a professora Jovita disse, há poucas coisas para dizer. A não ser que foi uma honra para mim estar neste projeto. Trabalhar com a Mila, trabalhar com a Isabel e trabalhar com o Dr. Rui e a esposa. Para também dizer que sem a colaboração dos pais, que estão aqui alguns, também não seria tão benéfico, porque, como eu disse a Isabel, tivemos numa altura da pandemia e foi graças à ajuda dos pais que nós também conseguimos ter este projeto tão bem realizado. A eles também digo que aquilo que a professora Jovita disse, guardem muito bem, que é para dizerem, quando vocês têm, a minha professora, a professora Jovita, eu fiz o livro e eu espero que vocês possam dizer à vossa professora de português que querem continuar com o projeto. Sei que a professora de português deles este ano, ela vai assumir e vai gostar do projeto, tanto como eu gostei. Portanto, a eles um bem-aja, a vocês também, e obrigada e continuem com esse projeto.
I'm trying to summarize what Professor Jovita and Professor Sonia told. Briefly, she thanks all of us, and they stress the idea how important it is for their life in the future to keep this book as a good memory that can be transmitted for the generation to generation. And at the same time, they thank the family, because without the family it was much more difficult, because we know how important is this connection between the community and schools. And for that reason, I think that we must thank you also. Now, please. Yeah, please. Tenho. Desculpa. Se calhar acabei para todos, se calhar, no sítio melhor. Vou começar aqui.
Rui, queres?
Não. Atenção. Olha, tomem só atenção um bocadinho. Posso? Posso? Vocês daqui a uns dias, se é que já não têm, ou se calhar no fim deste ano vão ter um diploma. Mas nós resolvemos dar um diploma como não podíamos fazer para todos, porque não tínhamos na altura o vosso nome. Vamos dar exatamente um diploma para a Escola Básica do Primeiro Ciclo da Horta do Carmo de Tavira. Então, eu chamaria a professora Jovita para receber este diploma.
Esse diploma ficará à disposição dos galardões da própria escola.
Exato. Exatamente. E para provar, to prove that the collaboration is not only for this year, we have also another diploma from previous year. So you will receive 2 diplomas. Thank you. Thank you.
Temos também, só mais um pouco, está bem? Temos aqui também o diploma para o arquivo. Doutora Isabel, não se sente, por favor, com a Ludmila. É também um diploma e do ano passado, que se esqueceram de levar e ficou guardado para o arquivo, para além de termos aqui, portanto, obrigada. É este para a Ludmila e para a professora Sónia, por favor. Temos também aqui a sua participação. Obrigada. Sim. Parece-me que havia um menino ou uma menina, não sei o nome, que gostaria de dar umas palavras. É o Vicente, já sei o seu nome, ele mal chegou à entrada, apresentou-se. Vicente.
Boa tarde a todos. Queria falar...
Devagar.
Ok.
Tu sabes inglês?
Sei.
Então fala inglês. Fala em português.
Ok. Boa tarde a todos. Quero falar não só por mim, mas pela turma toda. Tenho a certeza que todos vão ter a mesma opinião que eu. Eu tenho um sonho de voltar a viver tudo o que vivi com a professora Sónia, com a professora Vita, com a senhora Isabel, com a Mila, com o senhor Rui e com a esposa dele. E queria agradecer também ao Presidente, ao Arquivo, por nos ajudarem a fazer o nosso trabalho. E, como estava a dizer há bocado, eu tenho um sonho que é voltar a viver tudo que vivi na primária. Fazia tudo que desse. Nem que fosse levar um sermão da professora Sónia, como ela dizia, sopa de urso. Mãe. I have a dream. Eu não sei dizer como é que voltar. I like to repeat the first cycle of school and with my colleagues and my teacher. Because I love it. It's one of the best feelings que eu já tive. That I had. Was.
Não te lembras?
Obrigada a todos. Resto boa tarde. Thank you all of us.
Eu não sei se mais algum dos meninos quer falar alguma coisa, dizer alguma coisa da sua experiência, fazer aqui o seu testemunho. Se foi muito difícil encontrar um provérbio para o tema que tinham em mãos, pediram ajuda aos pais, aos avós. Estou só a lançar pistas. Ou algum dos pais aqui presentes, não sei se tem alguma coisa a dizer. Sim, vou passar. Está bem.
Olá, boa tarde. O meu nome é Susana, sou mãe de um aluno, Cauã. É assim, o que eu posso dizer, ajudei, como se calhar qualquer outro pai ajudou. Neste caso, e inclusive o Cauã, que é o meu educando, ficou responsável por fazer a capa do livro. Teve sim uma ajuda, portanto, em termos talvez de escolher os grafismos, porque ainda era muito pequeno e, portanto, em 2 anos já desenvolveu a parte da arte do desenho. Quero agradecer para já à professora Sónia Rainho, que durante estes 4 anos foi uma professora exemplar, que sempre lutou e incutiu neles o gosto em aprender em diversos aspectos e, portanto, das várias maneiras, mais lúdico, mais pedagógicas. A professora Jovita, que efetivamente também sempre esteve presente, ao arquivo, a todas as entidades que puderam tornar este sonho uma realidade. Está bem? E aos alunos, sem dúvida, portanto, tendo estado juntos todos estes anos, continuam juntos e é assim que se pretende que eles aprendam e que respeitem-se uns aos outros nas diferenças. Obrigada e boa tarde.
Muito bem. Olá, boa tarde a todos. Bom, não me sinto muito confortável nesta posição. O meu público-alvo costuma ser outro. Dizer-vos que sou a mãe do Miguel, aqui do segundo elemento, que também ajudei. Julgo que nós fizemos a primeira página, penso que está logo após a capa, recordo-me de termos feito essa parte. Bom, o que dizer? Habitualmente colaboro sempre, ou sempre que posso, nestes trabalhos com o Miguel, portanto este foi mais um. Acho que de facto é importante este tipo de trabalhos para aproximar a escola da comunidade. E é aqui que se estabelece talvez a relação entre a escola e a comunidade. É uma relação que nós procuramos muito fazer enquanto professores e que é muito importante depois também enquanto família, verificarmos que às vezes aqueles temas que falamos na escola têm uma aplicação, digamos assim, na nossa vida pós-escola. Portanto, o que dizer mais? Podia dizer que faço das palavras da Susana as minhas, era uma forma de sair airosa. Agradecer-vos E agradecer aos meninos a colaboração e o empenho. Já vi que estão extremamente empenhados. Dar os meus parabéns ao Vicente pela coragem que eu não tenho de falar inglês, nem de tentar. Ok? Obrigada. Deixo para alguém que saiba a tradução. Não digas isso, Miguel. Obrigada.
Penso que irá dar as palavrinhas de encerramento desta parte. For most of you, you know our mayor. So I pass this micro for her. Thank you.
Bem, boa tarde, muito rapidamente, porque eu já cheguei atrasada e já tenho que ir para outro evento, mas não quis deixar de passar aqui. Neste caso não foi só pelo colóquio, teve mais a ver até aqui com o trabalho da escola e o trabalho do arquivo e sobretudo para enaltecer estas parcerias. Pronto, o arquivo que normalmente é assim, pensamos nós, quando pensamos numa câmara, não nos lembramos automaticamente do arquivo e, portanto, aqui a Isabela, a quem eu quero dar os parabéns, e a Ludmila também, e aos restantes colegas que não estão aqui presentes, têm feito esse trabalho de tentarmos divulgar o nosso arquivo, os nossos documentos históricos e, portanto, este trabalho, que no fundo é o serviço educativo aqui do arquivo, que tem vindo a ser feito e que muitas vezes os pais não têm tanto conhecimento, hoje fica aqui gravado com um livro, que é sempre uma coisa imemorial, não é? Que fica e que prevalece nos tempos. E, portanto, dar aqui os parabéns primeiro ao arquivo por esse trabalho, depois os parabéns aos meninos do quarto C, que eu já tive a oportunidade de os conhecer até no terceiro, não é? Sempre muito interventivos também, trabalhando também muito esta parte da cidadania, da participação, fizeram-me visitas na Câmara, deram-me contributos para a mobilidade, fizeram-me perguntas para tentar perceber como é que nós funcionávamos e foi um trabalho muito, muito interessante, eu lembro-me bem deles. Parabéns também ali à senhora professora Sónia, que também os levou até mim, e eles são sempre muito curiosos e muito interessados. Portanto, isso também é de quem lhes vai despertando o interesse por saber essas coisas. Portanto, parabéns aos pais, parabéns à professora que também lhes deu sempre este interesse e, obviamente, aqui também os parabéns à associação que também, através dos Provérbios, tem tentado conciliar o trabalho de vários, não só este trabalho mais com as crianças, mas também entre várias associações e isso também é de enaltecer. Portanto, o trabalho de colaboração, de parceria, eu acho que é assim que também mostramos e damos alguma coisa à comunidade. Portanto, parabéns a todos. É bom podermos ter aqui o livro e para mim também é um gosto levar já um exemplar. Portanto, parabéns, meninos. Gostaram de fazer o trabalho? Isso é que é o mais importante.
Agora penso que agora vamos continuar, estamos mesmo quase no fim do colóquio. Naturalmente que até agora foi o palco que foi para os meninos, agora voltamos aos adultos. Naturalmente, se os pais quiserem ficar e os meninos aguentarem um pouquinho mais, nós vamos falar agora de outra forma. Portanto, se porventura tiverem outras atividades que são necessárias, eu sei que terão que se ausentar. Por favor, estejam à vontade, está bem? Sim, sim. Se quiserem ficar, aqueles que puderem, ficam. Se não, agradecemos e vamos continuar. Ok.
briefly.
Now we are continuing after this nice theater we had here. So Marinella is speaking, or yeah.
Boa tarde a todos. Eu vou ser muito breve, até porque o tempo já é longo. De qualquer modo, não deixamos de apresentar algo que já há muito tempo temos estado a pensar ao longo destes anos da ligação com os provérbios em diversas áreas do conhecimento. Este ano, no princípio do ano, desafiaram-nos na Universidade do Algarve, na Escola Superior de Hotelaria e Turismo, para apresentarmos num congresso que eles próprios organizaram sobre a temática turismo, e então tentámos realizar um trabalho que conectasse ou que ligasse os provérbios com o turismo. Chamámos-lhe, neste caso, para este colóquio, é mais, digamos, uma sensibilização para esta área, a cultura proverbial e o turismo, sugestões com base nos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável. A partir de algumas finalidades, que foi refletir sobre o papel dos provérbios na compreensão das culturas e a sua ligação com o turismo, tomar consciência do rico património imaterial que são os provérbios e a literacia proverbial associada ao turismo cultural. Literacia porquê? Associada ao turismo cultural. Porque temos observado ao longo dos anos, sendo o Algarve uma região turística, que são falados, enfim, diversas temáticas relacionadas com a própria temática turística e com o património cultural material, portanto físico, monumentos, esquecendo que esta região do Algarve tem também uma riqueza enorme na área do património do cultural e material. E por que não fazer essa ligação? Em algumas atividades que temos desenvolvido ao longo destes anos, fora dos colóquios, temos ligado a parte do património cultural material ao património cultural imaterial, porque foi-nos dada a possibilidade, através da Direção Regional de Cultura do Algarve, com projetos que foram aceites, de, por exemplo, conhecer alguns territórios, algumas regiões, ou algumas vilas ou algumas aldeias, associando o que seria importante na vivência rural ou na vivência pescatória, associado aos provérbios. E os provérbios ajudaram a um contacto mais próximo com as populações, com os turistas, e temos tentado que não seja esquecido que, por exemplo, os guias turísticos tenham formação também nesta área. Alguns sabemos que o têm, mas não é praticada. E nós, de facto, através não só de provérbios regionais ou locais, que são muito poucos, por exemplo, na região do Algarve, são universais. Daí falarmos em literacia proverbial, que neste momento achamos que há muita falta dessa literacia e que a podemos associar ao turismo. Rapidamente, pusemos aqui, portanto, isto é um quadro que já o apresentámos na Universidade do Algarve, em que os provérbios, sendo o núcleo essencial, interagem reciprocamente ou com patrimónios, sejam eles materiais ou imateriais, com territórios, mobilidades, turismos, porque há diferentes tipos de turismo, práticas e culturas. Por exemplo, este foi feito em 2014 para conhecer melhor a vila de Algesur. Algesur situa-se no lado do Barlavento. Houve uma interação a partir do castelo de Algesur, conhecer um pouco essa vila a partir de Provérbios e da história do próprio castelo e a formação da própria vila. Inclusivamente, o debate foi feito numa esplanada em que se juntaram pessoas da localidade e também alguns turistas que iam passando e que, por curiosidade, se sentavam e, portanto, levaram esse debate. Aqui foi um passeio que nós consideramos também que as pessoas que o acompanharam, isto foi feito em 2019, estão aqui algumas pessoas que nos acompanharam nessa visita cultural, foi de facto também uma visita com, neste caso, literacia proverbial, mas que nos levou a outras paisagens e a outros cenários fora do Algarve. Aqui também foi feito um roteiro em 2018, com o arquivo, curiosamente, e com um dos técnicos do arquivo muito preocupado e sabedor sobre a parte heráldica. Tavira tem, de facto, brasões e ex-libris na cidade. E, portanto, percorremos esse roteiro e a partir daí fomos recordando memórias com os provérbios e a explicação desses próprios brasões existentes. Aqui foi também o arquivo, a partir de uma exposição. Alguns turistas foram visitar o arquivo, mas também conheceram algumas pessoas que foram importantes no passado e que se pode falar sobre as características desses personagens através de uma literacia proverbial. Aqui também é uma interação com os provérbios e a gastronomia, a partir da literatura portanto, e dos provérbios. Isto também foi feito, portanto, em tertúlia. Aqui, rapidamente, foi conhecer jardins da cidade. Também foi feito em 2018, não foi feito agora, portanto, isto já vem de há algum tempo, e em que, no próprio jardim, fomos conhecer o jardim e as plantas e introduzindo os provérbios ao longo desse tempo. Aqui é um caso à parte, é um caso em que é fora do país, é na República de Cuba, e, portanto, existe um museu de refranes em Santo Espíritos, República de Cuba, porque um jornalista, portanto, foi colecionador, era paremiógrafo e, portanto, hoje isto é só para dar um conhecimento. Isto também é a literacia proverbial e que nos leva a conhecer, muitas vezes, alguns países. Aqui também foi na cidade de Tavira, em 2021, em que se associou as danças medievais aos provérbios medievais. Aqui é um projeto que vem de há algum tempo, em que os turistas que passam pelo mercado também leem os provérbios e vão adquirindo, até os próprios comerciantes locais, vão adquirindo alguma literacia proverbial. E, portanto, daí conectam com outras tradições. Aqui foi um projeto de 2011, talvez aqui alguns estejam lembrados, em que o comércio local participou nessa ligação com os provérbios. As suas montras tinham provérbios adequados aos produtos que eram vendidos. Neste caso, uma casa de desporto e uma florista. E muito obrigada, eu fui o mais rápido possível, porque o Rui tem que fazer um summarize about that.
Vais passando os slides. Ok, não preciso. Não. Very quickly, Marinella told about the importance of proverbial literacy associated with cultural tourism. One part of this work was presented at Algarve University in the School of Tourism, and it provokes some reaction from the students and the teacher that helped us to define different kinds of tourism. And we profit just to introduce cultural tourism, and for that reason we gave this slide. Yeah. Those are the connections, and you can see some different color on patrimonio and practice. So usually tourism is to visit monuments or to taste gastronomy or wines and so on. And when we point in, we stress patrimonio and practice is just to say that associated with monuments, we can make lots of use of proverbs related with, for instance, some personalities on the city or in the region, and of course also with the story of the monuments. So we use proverbs just to introduce this component on the tourism in general. Here are some examples from this tourism. Here, most of them, maybe some of you have been in these examples here, but come back, please. What? Here, it was interesting because really it was in one esplanade, in a spontaneous idea, and we begin to talk, and we had the collaboration of Simeon at that time, and really we begin to talk with the population, and after we are talking about food and other regional products. Yeah, here it's interesting also because some of you have been there. Here it is important because every town, every village have some important names there, important monuments, and we try to use those elements, natural elements, and we joint proverbs explaining several situations. It was, as Marinella told about, and this one, it's very important. The other? The other? Com o livro com o livro. Oh. This was a very interesting project because the municipality, some years ago, they decided to make in our main garden one week for small students. And every school in our district came there, about 2,000 students, small students, and we had activities with them. And one class, the teacher said, please pay attention to this student because he doesn't speak English, doesn't speak Portuguese, neither. So if he is something like that, don't worry because he couldn't understand what you are telling. And of course, really we developed the situation, and I asked the teacher, who is coming from? And the teacher said, he's coming from Afghanistan. And we had in our stand one book there from one associate of us, maybe some of you knows him, Captain Zalem from United States Army and Navy. And when we bought the book and showed to the student, a kid 7 years or 8 years old, the joy of his eyes to see this book, and he began to read. And the other colleagues were astonished because all the time he was in the classroom sleeping or not speaking, but really this was very interesting. And this statue is the example of something I told before. Each town, each village, each place sometimes have personalities that they are not known from other persons. This is the statue of a poet, and it was a president of it was a mayor of Tavira some years ago. So we decided just to put some... Aponta para as flores. You see the monument, and after some grass, and you see some posters there. Posters were with proverbs, and we said for kids, please choose one place in this garden to plant a proverb. So they went with this, and they put in several places on the garden, and at the same time, when they have been here in this place, we profit the occasion to tell about this person, because most of people, even in Tavira, they don't know which person was. He was a mayor, and at the same time he was a poet, and at the same time he was the owner of one printer house here in Tavira. So you can just imagine that by this way we can tell proverbs about this. This maybe is also interesting because I visit Cuba several times because I was engaged in a project developed to connect health and education, and in the part of education I used proverbs just to this project on health. And once they said to me that there was one person in Cuba that really collect proverbs for a long time. And I have made one trip about 400 kilometers to visit this place. And he was one journalist, one writer, and we begin to talk. And all the walls of his home was full of proverbs, like you can see here and there. Here is inside, also proverbs in every place in the house. And here, it's also here in Tavira. Some of you maybe knew this group, and maybe they will produce some kind of surprise for us. I must notice you, and maybe you have noticed, that in some streets in Tavira, now they are proverbs on the post. So this was one manifestation, and after this was the project in the market. And of course, for instance, this project on the market, it's very interesting because it was for us to learn more about proverbs. Because usually the producers there, they come from agriculture. They are people connected with land. So maybe they don't know the explanation of proverbs, but they know much more than us the application of the proverbs. So we learned talking, and it was interesting because when the client approached the bank where the product was to be sold, we keep in touch with those persons. So it was one way to, again, connect with the community. Yeah? And thank you very much.
Thank you. If you have some own experiences with tourism in your own countries, you can tell. No. Then maybe this is time for diploma.
Yeah.
Diploma time. And Ana Alegre Caldeira is not here, so you can sit. And then I give those. For me,
Posso dizer? Ou queres tu dizer? Okay.
I think, yeah, but I think that Lisa is going to make the closing session.
Yes, and I'm going to speak a little bit, 1.5 an hour or something like that. Okay? Maybe not.
Okay.
Yes, maybe not. But you know that diploma time, it means diplomas for everybody, not for everybody. All those important persons, like our magic men, so that you understand why we come here. This is the biggest reason. I saw a couple hundreds of them. So thank you very much. You have earned that. You want also
Flamingo.
Yes,
Thank
you can.
you.
Oh, you have been so good.
I've been
Yeah.
really.
And then Marinella Rui, because you have used so much time here. Now it's time to have a picnic. This is a picnic box without any food, without any drinking, without anything. So you can decide what you want inside. You know Moomins in Finland.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can also think that this is Rui and here is Marinella, and now they are going to see. So have a good time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
That was good.
Yeah. Okay. And maybe you can close the session.
I think
And
I close the session there. In the program there is the closing session, but we really close this session and maybe we make the we move the closing session to the dinner.
Yeah, 8 o'clock, but that moment. Next colloquium is from 3rd to 10th November 2024.
From 3 to 10. Yeah, 3rd November.
10 November, November 2024.
And are welcome. And thank you. Okay.